Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. The queue is open, and as we await the first submissions, we're going to do a quick warm-up with Unfrozen Tundra by 645, who is a fellow streamer who has lately been showing off a complete retrospective of the entire Super Mario series. But this is his recent return to Super Mario Maker, and will thaw the ice to collect treasure. Just be careful not to lose your footing. And hello, Male64, welcome. Okay. It's going to be very much traditional SMB1, but with this little added twist here where the piranha plants are going to have their way with these blocks. So we'll look out for the 3 coins here, which may or may not be something optional. And hello, GN, BreakerTech, and Male64, getting all those submissions in at once. Welcome. And we'll get to those very shortly, I hope. Yeah, fairly safe spacing on this, unless, of course, you decide to bust everything down and deal with the Spinies directly. Oh, I see. Okay, so we do need some kind of shell here, I think. Or some kind of... yeah, I would guess a shell kick interaction in order to get through there. Now, given that this is SMB1, I don't exactly know how this is going to happen just yet. Might be something I'm missing. So how do we get coin 2? Let's go back there and check, because I feel like maybe I'm missing something. It could, of course, always be a P-switch activation, but no, I think you would have to send something through here. Just kick it into this location. I know, you actually have to bop one of these from below, and then you can kick it. So, once I'm finished with this level, we'll try to do the coin route, since this is going to be fairly quick. Yeah, I just needed to hit it from below. And hey, Greggy Spike, welcome. And yeah, thank you for the submission. Yeah, Greggy Spike, I've been looking at finding a time slot to do pretty much all of the remaining Metroid levels 5, 6, and 7. And lately we've been using at least one stream a week to do a bit of a Maker Showcase, and so hoping to schedule that in soon, simply because that would be, I think, a better fit. Anyway, we only got 2 coins here, and I guess we missed the key door anyhow. I will get through this quickly again, just to see if we can find the complete key coin route. So thank you for the submissions from both Mr. Greggy Spike and MeSB Chicken. So yeah, Greggy Spike, hopefully you will be able to make it when we do that, because I know that my stream times are very inconvenient for everyone, but even if you don't catch it, hopefully we'll have the VOD for you and everything all recorded, so... yeah, thank you for the GGs. This is going to be very quick. I just want to see the back way in this level. And yeah, that's going to grab the coin. Grab the 3rd coin if I can. Didn't I already have a Fire Flower by now last time? Yes, I did. And we'll tap all that. And come down here as well. Let's not knock out all the platforms beneath my feet. And yeah, looks like this is going to be the door just after checkpoint. So all of the key coins are, of course, in a segment from the beginning to checkpoint, so key death is not really an issue. So let's not fire at anything in particular just yet. We don't need to be extremely greedy. Interesting kind of variant on Coin Heaven that makes use of the existing theme of this level. Except unlike classic Coin Heaven, of course, we shouldn't just take a fall to our death. And hey, Grikowski, welcome. Glad you can make it, Grikowski, at what I know is a very difficult time for you. Okay, is this going to be more coins, or 1-ups, or something else? Let's see. Oh, no, Spinies. Coin Heaven is going to disappoint us a little bit here. Except we can come up here. That's okay, we can still make it in. And you should probably be sleeping. Well, if you want to sneak something in, you do have the privilege of a gift sub. I believe that somebody gifted a week or two ago. But of course, you can always wait for the puzzle day as well, as we've been recording so many of yours recently. So let's get into the queue. Thank you for the GGs. And it is going to be TLSEHD764, aka GN, a Super GN World, who is going to be first up with XLC 4HJ F3G. Okay, this is going to be 5-1. We previously saw some of the levels in World 4, so we haven't been doing the world, obviously, but we've just been playtesting a lot of the new content one level at a time. And this time it's going to be a music level, apparently. Super Mario 3 Snow Music. And let's see how it goes. I will take the Goombud emote as a good sign. Oh, it's going to be a run. Of course, because the auto-scroll is just going to enforce everything here. Feel like I'm already a little bit behind pace, but thankfully we can dash fast enough to catch up. Okay. I love how it's Maker music in a totally different theme. That's basically SMB3, I believe, has just been transplanted into SMB1 here. The snow music, by and large, is completely new, of course, to the Super Mario Maker series. But I guess that's going to be a nice, gentle beginning to World 1. Thank you for that. And thank you for the GGs. Hopefully everything kind of worked as intended. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Thankfully lenient enough that I had a little bit of time to catch up when I was falling behind at the beginning and not paying attention to the run instruction. Okay, don't believe there are any subs in queue at the moment, so we'll just go next. And Breaker Tech has sent us something. It's going to be at QTQ 7WR. And yeah, very happy to see a few more from you at GN after having run a bit long in previous streams, such that you did have to leave early. Glad I could get you in today. So here's a Spiked Link by Breaker Tech. This is also very, very new. And it's a level that, as indicated by all the Triforce triangles in the cover image, one where Link wears his trusty spiky hat as he takes on the baddies. Seriously? Seriously? Hello, Mang. Man, getting plenty of use out of that purple Yoshi lately. I'm just going to guess that's a shoujo emote. I think that's a reasonable guess from anything involving purple Yoshi. But thank you anyway for your maker code. Looks like this is probably a hat dispenser location, and I am correct. Sideways bounce. Okay. That could have gone very badly if I wasn't paying attention. Let's leave the sword for the time being and just pop everything from below. And we're going to have some control instructions for people who might be new to this. And of course, we don't read instructions, so I'm going to destroy all of this. No hints here. Yeah. Okay. Might as well just do that. And hello, Talir. And we have opened our way already, so kind of interesting that you would have this on-off Okay, to begin with, did we pass some kind of on-off switch already? Ah, okay, we passed it over here. I wonder if I can... One second here. No. I can't go over. However, if I fire an arrow this way and try to get over here... Okay, that's why you have the saw blades. That's as soft lock protection. But we already did smash our way through to the next segment, so I guess we'll just take damage and get back out. There should be more spiny hat dispensers anyhow, and so whoop. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're building this for people who are completely new to Link, it's helpful to have all that, but I think at this point the game is sort of mature enough that, you know, I mean, depending on your audience, of course, I don't think you need to have too many markings for controls. At the same time, if you want to keep the clear rate nice and high for endless normal or something, I can see why people who are a little bit rusty might need that assistance. Game was recently on sale for Marten Day. That is a very good point, that you do have a lot of new people coming in. And that, of course, with Link and SMB2, a lot of these interactions would be new to people who had not played Maker 2 previously, and nobody reads instructions anymore, so you can only really learn this stuff the hard way. Okay. And you were really frustrated when you first started. Yeah, it's just a question of knowing your audience, I think. That if you're fine with this being targeted at people who are going to be brand new to this, that's fine. That's perfectly valid. It's maybe a little easy to forget that sometimes from the perspective of a playtester who's been at this thing for too long. I do think in general, though, that... I mean, that's just partly my personal tendency as well to usually recommend less indication in most cases, simply because I think many things in this game tend to be over-indicated. Even just a lot of ordinary interactions with the spin jump, for instance. People have the Z marker everywhere. But again, you know, Link does have a fairly complex moveset. I know that even when Link came out originally, that there were a lot of people who took a while to understand things like the sideways shield bump and all that stuff, so... Oh yeah. Perfectly fine. Of course, since I am wearing a spiny hat, we can't do anything with the Triforce except smash it. However, smashing it might potentially give me the key. No, I already have the key, okay. Let's pay attention here. I already have the key. Your audience is your 5 and 10-year-old. Okay, excellent. That's... I mean, might as well start somewhere. I'm often, as I say to a lot of people who come by this stream, I'm often very surprised to see just the incredible age spread of the audience for this game. I mean, I think it's true for many Nintendo games that you'll have people who are first-time players on this console versus people who have been around since the NES or Famicom or even before. But it's true, this game in particular, that, yeah, if you're thinking about this as a Link training stage, I think it's actually well instructed. But yeah, with this game in particular, I'm always surprised at just what a huge spread the audience has. From young to old. Anyone know Penga's Maker Code? I don't have it right at hand. It's not hard to find, though, I think, if you probably just go to his channel. So, thank you for Spiked Link. We'll mark that as a win. It's funny because Male64, you're saying Mario Maker levels are like comics. Any level can be someone's first. And then right after that, Taldir asks for Panga's Maker Code. I somehow doubt that a lot of Panga levels will be somebody's first, unless they really go out of the way to look for it. Okay, now let me just check the list quickly. And yeah, let's just go next. Mail64, I believe this is the final, or I guess latest, if we find anything game-breaking, latest version of the lake level that we had seen a few times, unless it's something new. The lake's hidden treasure, yes. So, new version of this. We did, I think, break a few things in what is technically the easy route the last time we looked at this, so I might prioritize that route first. In case there's anything in particular you want me to look for that was changed in this version, that's in the other pathways. If you do have something specific you want me to take a look at, do speak up. But I think I'll probably check what is technically the main path first, since that's where we got into some of the soft locking issues last time. So thanks for resubmitting. Always happy to look at revisions. In the last bomb room, try to break everything. Okay, yeah. That room that's just made of hard blocks, or was made of hard blocks all over. Had I seen this mine before? I don't know if I had. Oh yeah, Fire Flower. Yeah, because that's for the left side path. Okay, in that case, let's just go for standard path here. Yeah, I will say that although you kind of expected, I think, this to be the main path for a lot of people and the ice block path to be something secondary, a lot of people are going to have their curiosity piqued enough that they will find the ice path first, I think, and go up and then left before they come here. I don't know if that's actually going to be true. I mean, obviously you'd have to find that out through a lot of playtesting from others as well, but I know that my tendency is definitely to just follow my curiosity and see where it goes, instead of just prioritizing going left to right. Okay. So yeah, this is going to be eventually the bomb room. This is going to open up. Check this spot here, of course. Frog suit down there. I just want to check down here. We can head over and grab the frog if we want to go for the coin, or can we? Let me just check this. Yeah, because you have a falling platform there. But taking the frog down there isn't going to do anything except grab the pink coin. We can do that anyway. I believe this doesn't give you enough coins, though, on this route. But we can check it in case things have changed, or if my memory is bad, or... I mean, we are about to head over to... what is it? The water area anyhow, so... I kind of wonder... You have the frog suit off that claw, you have a falling platform. I guess when you come down the side there, the bounce from the frog suit will pretty much guarantee that you have to pick it up, right? Because if there's a way to sneak down there with the Tanuki suit, what occurs to me now is that you can immediately go for the off switch and the POW. Although maybe that doesn't do anything too useful yet. From what you've seen, everyone who went blind started there. Started in this main path, or started in the ice path? Oh, right, you can't get the POW because presumably that block is not breakable. Or not as breakable as it looks. Okay, yep. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to go up, I meant to go through the semi-solids. Because, yeah, as soon as people see something leading up to the ice path, they will likely check that. We can go frog, actually. I think when we're underwater... Yep, as you can see, we are missing one coin, and that's because I believe that is on the ice route. Okay. Boom boom room room. And we'll just bop them a few times. Also, I see that I think you have some kind of fix for if you let the P-switch expire, right? Let me... whoops. Because... Yeah, let's take a look at the routing there. Because I remember last time respawning and letting the P-switch expire just as a bit of a lock check and getting locked there. You can get the second coin in the main path. Okay, I just missed the spot then. Okay. Oh, I see. The P-switch was activated on the left side there. Yeah. I should actually pay attention to where I am. I'm kind of looking around that room just to see how things are activated. And because it's very easy, if you're focused on Boom Boom as somebody facing this for the first time, it's very easy not to notice what's going on with the P-switch. Anyway, we'll just hang around in this room until the expiry. Okay. And yeah, I do notice the blue pipe on the right, kind of implying that maybe that'll be a P-switch related thing. One of the infinite switches, but anyway, let's go through here. Okay. Slight variation here. Ah, yes, it was here after this checkpoint that we had the previous issue with the infinite P-switch. Yep. I see what's going on. Yeah, because the way you've built this room is meant to look visually identical to the previous one, right? That's why you have a lot of these things show up in the previous room, even if they are not yet functional there. Yeah, I see, as for consistency. Yeah, if you want that as a shared visual space. Okay. Yeah, because as with the bombable hard block room, I see that you are trying to go for the illusion of a couple of these places being technically the same room, but in different states. It's a little more a little more convincing if the camera positioning is similar, but obviously that's going to depend on how you spawn in. So let's head over here. And let's take a look at that final room to see if we can break it to pieces like last time. Electrodude, welcome. Okay, so let's see what we can do with this time. I see that I think maybe some of the seesaws here. I don't know what is new just yet, but we'll just jump around and head on up and find out. Okay. Oh, whoops. Might have scrolled that off camera. Should have known that was coming, but... Okay, let's grab another mushroom. Yeah, having the blasters fire right at a checkpoint location can catch you by surprise every time you restart. But I think sometimes maybe players, especially for easier levels, they have this way of assuming that the checkpoint respawn location is going to be safe and that you are allowed to stand there. Obviously, there are many levels where that is not true. Also, I only just noticed that this is supposed to be like this submersible, which, you know, has this little bit of propulsion. I've gone through this room so many times, and I only just noticed visually that is his little vehicle design. But yeah, as you can see here, when you come out of checkpoint, I mean, obviously you get the mushroom as a bit of safety, but it can be very easy to just get hit right away, so... And Electrodude, yeah, Lukewarm Motion. We'll take a look at the new version then, and see what you did with timing and whatever else. We're in a rather lukewarm motion right now, as you can see. I should have gone for that question block, actually. I've never really gone for it. But I think I need to go for it in the first pass, for sure. I can't really back into it once I'm out of there. So. Okay. Oh, actually didn't get hit for once. Okay, there we go. I wonder if it's possible to get stuck in the P-switches. I'm also going to go back, just to check. Yeah, infinite P-switch whenever you come in, but suppose I let the P-switch expire, and then I'm going to go back to that room. Just, let's see. But then Larry is going to respawn just fine. And then we should see the same interaction repeated, right? I just want to check one thing here quickly. Let's say I stand here. He's gonna... Oh, okay. Yep. Just making sure the P-switch actually does push you and that you don't stick there. Always good to be thorough about these things, just in case. Okay, one switch. And we're going to be going a bit slowly here, but... Whoa! Well, I guess we'll see if this is a progressive power-up. I did expect it would be, so I guess we'll never know what it truly is. Okay. Ooh, okay. Surprisingly difficult to get out of there quickly if you are still in the mushroom state, but thankfully we did manage to cushion one hit. There was a soft lock where I checked. Okay, I see. Now let's get out of here. Oh, you mean over with the P-switch interaction in that room? Maybe. We'll just poke around this some more and see where we get. Okay. Let's toss things all over the place, really. Okay, that's gonna break. But then... let's do that. And let's wait for another one. Let's see what I can do over here. Does it fire anything? It fires more bombs. Okay. I see. Okay, so that's the protection mechanism here. What does this guy fire? Nothing. Okay. And let me just see. Yeah, everything should be fine because of the seesaws allowing you to go back up, which was the issue previously, I think. But let's grab this. And of course, just from breaking the scroll stop, we're still able to go left and right. Accordingly, let's just break this. See if I can get down to the lower level. And... okay, key door here, which allows you to go up. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it was we broke last time. I know it was one of these things where I got trapped in bottom left because of an inability to get upstairs. But I guess you should consistently be able to traverse this back out from what I'm looking at, just given some of the seesaw arrangement now. And also because you will get those additional bombs. Okay. In that case, let's just take the exit. I know that wasn't a very thorough check, but whatever it was I spotted last time, I wasn't going to replicate here, so thank you for the Lake Hidden Treasure. Tall Deer, I believe you're missing a third of that code. And yeah, Mill64, looking forward to whatever you have next. Of course, I only checked that one path. Who knows if something else is still breakable and lockable in the other ones, but thank you anyway for putting this through its paces. I believe we actually do have a sub in the queue now, so we'll just pull up whatever we have gotten from Nukukaza. And Nukukaza, I don't think I actually saw you come in. I think I just missed that in chat earlier. But belatedly, welcome. And let's see how this is going to go. Sure that, as usual, this will be something bloated. Also, look at this lovely code here. It says POW. Okay, my choice. Precision P-Balloon 0.12, Precision P-Balloon 0.34. Okay. We might do some of that at some point, but Let me do something non-precision just to start here. Fuzzy beetles into spike tops with speed. What is it, 7%? Okay. Yeah, let's go through the non-precision ones for the moment, and we can hit fuzzy beetles, I guess, until they do their beetly thing. Oh yeah, I know your precision ones are hard, and I don't have enough finesse with the P-Balloon to do them too reliably. I mean, I will take a look at some of them at some point, but... Okay. Oh, I see. You have to kick the shell. I mean, this is already going to be a failed attempt, but you have to kick the shell and probably do like some kind of second boost here. Let me just read the path a bit. Right, because the shell is going to bounce in airship gravity. So it's going to be a bit of a figure eight pattern, I think, where you just need to hit accurately. Hit the shells as they fall, in fact. Loop around. And then come back out. Now, that's because of the clear condition where you do need to take out all of the spike tops on the way. So to get rid of all the spike tops, we kick the fuzzies into them, which after all was the initial description. Nope, missed that. Yeah, we need to hit all of these then. Hit that one, hit this one. What is a spiked ball even doing? Okay, I don't know. Then, yeah. And then that one kicks over there. This is, of course, going to be a failed attempt, but... yeah. Margins actually seem fairly generous. I'm just not a good driver. But yeah, as long as we imprint markings, in general, I think I'm going to be fine. As long as I don't lose too much time to turning certain corners. Okay. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, I have to get under the spike ball, otherwise we may have timer trouble. Nice little 2-shell combo over there. So we got 6 out of that segment. I hope that's on par. Nope, missed that one. That's okay, we'll just practice the other ones first, just to get a little further. So we should have been at maybe 11 or 12 coming out of that one. Missed. Right, because some of the shells only spawn once you hit other ones, so we're 3 behind, which I think does track with what I was missing. Yeah. Okay, little sound effect there, which probably tells me something. 6 out of 19. We'll see how tight things are, but with a 7% clear rate, I don't imagine that the timer is going to be overly tough as long as I don't make any really crippling mistakes. Anyway, coming out of here with 11. And... okay, I missed some of these blocks, I think, and so... yeah, because I see that there is supposed to be an activation of the jump blocks to spawn additional shells. And we were not getting the spawns, probably just as a matter of accuracy. One thing that I can do is I'm allowed to practice the later interactions if I just skip the early sections, which is important to know. And I might have to do that just as I'm learning the level, just so I can see what I'm doing wrong with jump blocks. It does look like coming out of the second section with 11 out of 19 is correct. Yeah, as you can see, they need to hit accurately, and then one more here. And then there's still some ways to go before you reach the goal. Okay, but I think you just go straight. And hey, Glitch, welcome. And yeah, too bad we are not able to see yours if it can't stay very late. But... okay, we missed one. And yeah, hopefully we'll see yours soon. I should actually play the level, first of all. It's over a chat at precisely the wrong moment. And Alberto Yotengo, hello, welcome. The queue is open. Okay. Yeah, have to be fairly accurate here. And then we just power our way forward all the way to the end. I am losing a bit of time on bumping into certain locations, so we'll just have to be careful with that. But let's try to get on par here with the prescribed 6 out of 19, and we're not going to bump into the turn block like we previously. Okay, got into here with 19 seconds on the clock. And relatively on par with everything else, I think, so 11 out of 19, and now with 10 on the clock. This is the best we've done so far. I don't know if it will be enough. Okay, going to miss all of the 1-ups, of course, and that's going to be a GG. Thank you for that, Nugu Kaza. So yeah, as we know by now from playing a lot of Nugu Kaza, just endless variations on what the P-Balloon can do. And in this case, obviously, you just kind of needed to get into the flow of reading what the markers were trying to tell you and what the prescribed route is, but I think it was fairly clear to put together, and that it was pretty easily understandable what was going on, so thank you for that. And also the timer was, in the end, quite generous, as long as I didn't bump into any walls to lose an amount of speed that would set back the entire attempt. Let's pull up next. And once again, thank you for all the GGs. Mr. Greggy Spike. Now, Mr. Greggy Spike, I believe this is your maker code. In which case, if you have any suggestions, that would be great. If not, I will just pick something. I know that we actually didn't finish Jump 6, I believe, the last time you submitted it, so I'm happy to continue with Jump 6, but if you want to do something first top... Oh, you want me to look at Metroid 6, or... Because we were going to save the Metroid ones for a different day, but, I mean, we can. I might not stay on it as long given the size of the queue, that's all, so... So do you have a specific preference? Like, do you want Metroid 6, or do you want clearing Jump 6, or... Okay, let's do Jump 6. Yeah, have to get back into this. I was fairly close. I think I got to like 20 out of 25 last time I played this, but we'll put in a reasonable amount of time and hopefully get a bit further. Alberto Yotengo, thank you for Among Us 2, or Among Us 2. Yeah, 0.47% on this. It didn't really feel that hard mechanically, but I also didn't finish it, so I guess we'll find out. I mean, you take a lot of deaths quickly, I guess. Okay, just need to get into the rhythm of a past 42nd level. Sorry, hang on. Need to read this once more. Right. You hit that, and then... Right, because I need to hit the shell and jump over the shell on top of the coin. Yeah, I remember that now. I just have to get my head back into this after playing a couple that were a little more relaxed. Missed that, of course. Right, and when we just go over, we do the second Goomba... No, we have to go down and do the left Goomba first, and then the right Goomba, and then proceed. It's been a couple weeks, I'm a little bit rusty, so... Let's just get back into the rhythm of reading this properly. And then it's going to be a series of short bounces over, or rather under the icicles. Yeah. I mean, you can learn this fairly quickly. Up we go, up we go. That's what the upper coin is for. Yeah, okay. I guess the thing about the coin trail is that when I get back into this level after some time off, I'm making some attempts to distinguish which coins are just landing positions and which coins are target positions, if you know what I mean. That Some coins are there sort of in the middle of a jump as guidance, and are well placed for that, but some coins are also locations where you expect a bounce to just happen, and so I do have to tell apart the ones that are bounces from non-bounce. Interestingly enough, I am allowed to skip that Goomba if the icicle is going to kill it anyway. I only just noticed that. I will probably not do it that way. As well, I'll go with methods that work. Okay, missed that, but then I'm going to fall into probably a shell that spawns from that question block and comes to right. Okay, here we go. And then, yeah, on top of the Goomba, then on top of the shell. Just have to reconstruct this step by step. I mean, I think it is fairly readable. I'm just not adjusting into this well. Also, yeah, I remember that the question block, it being off camera vertically, was something that did throw me off quite a few times last time I was here. I mean, we know it's there, and I just keep missing it. Get back up there and see if we do any better. There we go. There we go. I still need a high bounce off that guy before we get into the short bounces over to Goombas to the right, and then we're going to cross back to the left, if I recall, after the upper layer of Goombas has dropped in. Yes. And that's already going to be most of the way there. About, well, 2/3 of the way there. Once we do the turnaround on the top right. Okay. Got a little bit of trouble controlling my landing there, but that's something we can fix. Up we go. Back down. A little bit too high. That coin in midair is giving me a target for that jump. This has a bit of a medium controlled bounce. Short bounce is too short there to get over that gap, I think. But I do need to be aware of my headroom. It comes to the icicles above. Down here. Medium bounce. Right, P-switch and then land on the split that's on the right side. It was a little bit hard to see where the split was going to go, but we'll see if I can target it a little bit better now that I've refreshed my memory slightly. And then just see how this goes. Yeah. There we go again. I think I'm kind of back on pace with how I was doing previously. Now that I'm remembering where some of the bigger trouble spots were. Okay, I do need to land on the spot that's at the bottom of the mushroom platform. It does feel like I'm guessing slightly when it comes to the Goomba split, but we'll see. I mean, it's a little bit hard to do blind, that's all. I mean, after having had 2 chances to see it, though, maybe we'll do a little bit better. But I do see what's supposed to happen there. Whoops. Not that. Okay, up we go. And up we go. I don't know why I keep trying to bend left in that jump. You do need to go fully forward there. And I wonder if it's something about the coin trail that's actually leading me to make a bad judgment on this jump on this diagonal here, that perhaps I'm just mentally aiming for the coins in a way that is pulling back slightly on a jump horizontally when you do need to go fully forward. And I know that really there isn't going to be any adjustment you can do with the coin trail to make that any more clear when fundamentally the question block is just going to be off camera. But that must... Doesn't matter that I missed though, the question blocks are there as guidance to fix your position, but are not essential by the looks of it. Anyway, most of the way through. Yeah, all the way to the right on that jump. Medium jump here. Okay, then I need to fall into that location. Probably once again using the center columns of the mushroom platforms as guidance. But I don't know if that will actually turn out to be the case. So I have to remember to not let go too early there as we get into that jump. Okay. Right we go. Sorry. Okay. Forward. We are. And yeah, it's going to P-switch here, this column, fall into the Goomba. Would have gone better. Yes. And yep. Go. And yeah, now that I've seen it a few times, that kind of figure-8 looping structure is very clear to me. We'll just need to get far enough to see it. As furthest I've gone so far is just this right to left section here. And bumping my head on a ceiling after the first Goomba. I feel like I do need to not do that. I do need to position myself such that I have enough headroom on that arc to fall to the second Goomba, the left side of the split. With a little bit more accuracy. It's okay, we'll just push on this until it cooperates. Yeah, nice thing about the shell bounces there is that the marking is very accurate and the trajectory feels pretty smooth, to the point that, you know, it looks fancier than it actually is. It doesn't require that much technique to do, and it's probably one of the easier kinds of jumps that you do in this level. Now, coming out of the left side of the split, that's going to be a medium bounce. Pretty sure. So, we'll get to that and see what to do. Okay. Yeah, like I said, it's supposed to be a medium bounce, but I have enough issues landing that accurately that let's adjust for the landing first. Okay, down here we go. Up. And Terminator, welcome. Thank you for Agent Yoshi. Which sounds interesting. Especially because, well, I don't know if that's going to be the first one in a whole new series of another 10 or 20 levels, or if it's just something self-contained, but in any case, looking forward to it. So yeah, Terminator, I hope you are doing well. I think you had mentioned that you had a new concept coming. So, looking forward to seeing what you do with that, especially because I don't think I've played anything with you submitting something from Super Mario World, for instance, or NSMB, or any of the styles involving Yoshi. Apart maybe from that one puzzle, if I recall. So, looking forward to seeing what you do with that. Yeah, that's a bit of a weird jump there, simply because of the ceiling. As you can see, even the blocks up top are going to obstruct you. I feel like maybe I shouldn't be going for a full jump there as I fall into the left side of the split, but the left side of the split is actually surprisingly difficult to reach. Definitely one of the trickier things in this level we've seen so far. It's a one-off, okay. Looking forward to it. Up we go. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, controlled jump is actually what we want there. But letting up a little bit on the jump on the right to left this time, so I don't hit the ceiling at all, and that seems to be much more comfortable. Because the ceiling bump is just going to cut me off in terms of how I fall into the left half of the split, and that seems to be something that's giving me tons of trouble. And yeah, 5 to go, that's pretty much as far as we got last time as well, I believe. The first time I saw this level, I also only got as far as 25 out of 30, and didn't manage to see the top left. As well as the final drop. Okay. I have to control that jump a little bit better. I was pulling back horizontally, but not enough vertically. Getting there. I mean, it's a tricky level, but it's not as hard as that sub 0.5 clear rate seems to suggest, simply because the deaths are very quick. It's a quick level where you do retry a lot without necessarily feeling that anything is out of your range technically. It's just that you need to make a lot of minor adjustments along the way. So, you have to be quick on your feet. And yeah, I felt like I had this last time. It was just that last time I was running very late at the end of the stream, I believe, when you submitted this one, and so I felt like I had a bit of unfinished business with it, for sure. What's up with... Oh, okay, you do need to collect the coin, otherwise it obstructs you as the block. And I was thinking it was so safe to just miss the coin. But it turns out that coins do in fact get in your way if you aren't on target. So that's something that I hadn't really thought about. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the new Metroid one as well. It's just that I'm a few behind and I wanted to do some of them in sequence. I guess there are 4 now that I haven't done, because I thought the 3D World one was technically number 6, but I guess it's not numbered as number 6, so... Yeah, because I played a 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I believe you're now up to a lot more than that, right? So... But it definitely felt like they needed a separate stream, and so... we will definitely schedule that into one of the feature streams that we do here. And yeah, we've been doing a lot of non-viewer level streams lately to take care of some big projects. Oh geez, that was 28 out of 30, okay. I was still reading that, and so I guess we need to hit 29 out of 30 and then go down the diagonal. Yeah, it took me a moment to just register what was going on with the mole, since I was seeing that for the first time. I was a little bit surprised that I got that far. But yeah, I feel like this is going to fall pretty quickly then. Sometimes, however, I jinx myself by saying that, but we'll see. And of course now we're hitting the supposedly easy stuff. Yeah, I kind of like how along your first pass through here, you already do see that figure 8 loop-de-loop structure that's going to come as you come back to the top left. So you do see it coming, and you have a general idea of what the flow of the level is going to be if you are paying attention. So I do know where I'm supposed to go after the mole, it's just that I was still scanning around for my target location after that. Nope, missed the coin. That's going to get in the way. So yeah, I must grab that coin for sure. Some of the coins, many of the coins in fact, are optional, but not the ones that are going to obstruct your jumping pattern once you have an active P-switch. Okay, here we are. Okay. 29 out of 30. What did I miss? Oh, this guy. I see. Okay, okay. Parachute jump. And if you are particularly quick, you get SMP2 music as a bonus on the top of the flag. I see. But you have to be pretty bold to do that. It is a bit of a risk. So, obviously, just my first time reading that, so not surprised that I failed at that point. But yeah, I mean, this does not feel like a 0.5% course, for sure. But I think maybe it's one of those cases where not only do you die quite a lot, just given the length of the course, but I think it's sometimes a good sign that, you know, maybe people who would normally not look at a course that has that difficulty are willing to retry, because you can try this one again and again quite compulsively and just make minor adjustments every time, and there's a lot of reason to stick with it. Whereas with some things like Kaizo levels, for instance, often you can see clear rates that are actually suspiciously high, because if you're a player who doesn't know the technique and you know that you're not going to get the first shell jump, for instance, you're just going to give up, right? Whereas here, I think even a lot of very bog-standard traditional players would be willing to retry again and again and tank the clear rate accordingly. Because they know that they have the technique to do this, they just need to be a little more careful and a little more attentive. And Hyperion Smokestack, welcome. Yeah. And a Terminator, it's not even that you need a lot of patience, it's that you need to be very attentive to what you are doing wrong and pay attention to how you are going to adjust that for the next attempt. And it goes so fast that there are a lot of little things that you need to remember to do sometimes in order to get the pattern nice and comfortable. Okay, here we are. And yeah, that jump that goes up to the high Goomba on the top left, it looks at first glance like that's going to be out of reach even with a full jump, but it isn't actually a problem when you try it out yourself. You just tormented my pal Zero Planes. Okay, I see. For the course you made for me, I'm trying to remember that one. That's the, I know it's the windmill-themed one with the Koopaling fight, because many of your levels have a Koopaling fight. So I certainly hope Hyperion that one went well, and that it was at least an entertaining experience. And, okay. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, it's kind of nice that the sort of crisscross path here works as well as it does. in terms of readability, given that whenever you have paths crossing like that, it can be very easy to confuse the player, especially when markers just get collected. But here it's actually very clear what's going on. Okay, bit of an adjustment here, and then we go all the way down. We go part of the way down. And yeah, just have to have a fairly precise diagonal. I didn't realize I was going to get into that much trouble there with my angle. Okay. And yeah, Hyperion, I would not expect Zero Planes to falter too badly. I mean, lately, uncleared levels have been his specialty, and so he is a pretty decent player in general. I mean, he's one of those players who doesn't feel very confident with puzzles, I think, but as a platformer player, he is very, very good. So yeah, back before I had a capture card, Zero Planes was one of the first streamers that I sent my own levels to in Maker 2, and so he's somebody whose content I've been paying attention to pretty much since the beginning of this game. And he was a very good playtester, I found, so I was very happy to submit my things to him. Whoops. Nothing new for me tonight, okay. I thought I saw something new from you, but I may be wrong. That's okay. Yeah, we're close enough to completing this, so those of you in queue, I am going to spend a little longer in this, because I feel like completion is in sight. I mean, if I turn out to be horribly wrong, then maybe we'll reconsider, but we got through some of the early submissions today so quickly, relatively to how I usually do, that I don't mind spending a little bit longer with this one. Terminator, I really should put in an exclamation order command, but it is next and sub-next today. There will be a couple of repeat subs, Terminator, before sub-next gets to you, but that is likely how you will be called up. Oops. There's new stuff, but it's not ready yet. Okay, I see that. Okay, up we go. But yeah, I just sort of do an informal swap between next and sub-next, depending on how many repetitions there are and also just how many people there are in queue. Just try to adjust it subjectively and, you know, make sure things feel fair. Okay, didn't quite hold the full jump there. I just let go at the last moment. Welcome back, Doll Dear. Okay, up and up. Have to collect that coin. And Hyperion Smokestack, working on a super world, okay. I mean, it feels like you are sitting on quite an ample supply of Koopaling boss fights already, so it's just a matter of filling in the rest with other Koopaling boss fights to have a 40 boss rush super world, I believe. I mean, you don't have to do that, but I'm just saying that you already have some of the landmarks in place if you wanted to reuse some of the existing content. Okay. Whoops. Code is the best, I guess. In this particular context, we'll just have blue on blue. Pac-Man 99 got in your way, yes. Pac-Man 99, I haven't played too much of it yet. Yeah, I haven't really quite taken to it as much as I took to Super Mario 35, but that's partly just from not really having gotten into the flow of it yet. I think there are some things about Pac-Man that really make it feel much more like anyone's game, where, you know, compared to something like Tetris 99, you feel like you have a chance for much longer, I suppose. But okay, here we go. At the same time, though, I feel like actually winning is much further out of my reach in Pac-Man 99 than it was in Super Mario 35, but again, that's because I haven't played very much and I don't really understand the metagame just yet. And sometimes that just takes a few runs to really figure out. Okay. You totally considered making every course a boss castle? Yeah. That would have been interesting. Maybe more interesting to some players than others, but you know I like my boss fights, so... Is it harder than Tetris? I don't think it's harder than Tetris. The thing about Tetris is that, well, Tetris is actually something where there's such a massive gulf between people who really know how to play and people who don't. That my experience with Tetris 99 was that I would only do as good as second. I've gotten second a few times, but I've never even come close to first, because if you get into second or third place, you're left with the people who actually know how to play Tetris. And who also really understand the Tetris Versus format that Tetris 99 is based on. And when you thin the field down to that level, the people who are even half decent at Tetris are just so staggeringly better than someone who's just clearing lines and dropping pieces casually. Like, you can just kind of survive to the top, say, 2 to 5 in Tetris 99 by accident almost, if you're just careful and if you get some good draws and you don't make mistakes. But once you are left with an opponent who knows how to play, that's pretty much going to be it. Thank you for that, Greggy Spike. So yeah, very satisfying experience, I thought, this one. I'll have to go back to some of the earlier Jump series at some point as well. I know I looked at number 5, and maybe some other ones, but I know this has been a concept you've had for a while that's pretty much the opposite of your Metroid levels. So yeah, we will do some kind of Metroid special soon on one of the non-viewer level days, I think. Oh wow, no clears on this yet. Yeah, people, get on this. The Metroid levels by Greggy Spike are very good. Let's... I'll even punch in current so you can grab... Whoops. Nope. Oh no, I already cleared it. Okay, never mind. He can punch in his code himself. And yeah, because Greggy Spike has a whole series of Metroid levels, and we've played a couple of them in the past. And I feel like too few people really make good ones in Maker 2 compared to Maker 1. Maker 1 actually had a lot more interest in that genre, I think. Okay, Taldir, I know you came back, so we'll take a look at GV4. LGGMJG. Okay, so this is going to be a submission of somebody else's, that's fine. And 1.3 is doable. Yeah, I don't mind receiving codes that are just recommendations. I just won't necessarily spend the same amount of time on them as I do with playtesting for people who are here, but 1.3%, we can probably do this. Surprisingly hard to make a decent anti-Metroid level where, yeah, your power-ups get gradually stripped down, I guess. Okay. No, I need to drop the platform first. Okay, I see now. Just checking. Okay, let's... I'm gonna be a little bit late. I need to go directly left. I don't really have time to do that wall jump on the right that was adjusting my position. And I should have known that. Double twirl there, I think. I feel like I've seen this maker at some point, but yeah, Mango Man. Obviously somebody who has been around some of the popular lists, but just trying to remember if I've seen anything else by them. I never actually look at a popular list, you see, so whoops. Yeah, no, I should just turn around to the left. Everything that is supposed to be a wall jump, I think, is pretty clearly indicated as one. Okay. Needed a little bit more height there. Needed to be very quick in terms of switching directions. Yeah, a little bit low here. So, record on this is going to be about 45 seconds, I believe, and given the nature of the level, it doesn't look like there's going to be much flexibility in terms of speed, so... Just have to be very quick about that. Whoa, okay, didn't actually see that because of the camera. I can just swing on the claw up to the next platform. Time limit is not at all tight, it's quite generous in fact, so... At certain locations where I'm not triggering anything time sensitive, like the falling platforms, I can afford to sit momentarily. Whoops. Alright. Whoops, wasn't quite focused there. And up we go. Okay. Nice boost of height there. Yeah, not quite. This is where you're stuck. A blue platform course, okay. Oh, I see. In terms of your own building, or... Am I understanding that correctly? Or is this something else you're playing? Whoops. Yeah. Seems like I haven't received something like an NSMB platforming level in quite some time, in fact. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be wall jump up here. I mean, wall jump off the 30 coin would have been how to do that. Something is going to pop out of the spring, and then we need to wall jump over to it. Okay, there we go. Really went a little bit too low on that jump. That's going to give me checkpoint, and then... Yeah, I need to land pretty accurately there. And just ride under that. And then... two arrows pointing at each other. That seems to indicate something like ground pound cancel, but I don't really know, but let's not start over. Because I don't really play enough of the more advanced NSMB stuff to not start over. I don't play enough of the advanced NSMB stuff to know if certain things like that are going to be standard indications. So, I guess I should expect something like a ground pound cancel, and maybe that was the case, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I need to go much quicker there. Maker's Block, I see. Yeah, we've all been through that at some point, I think. Well, some of us. I mean, we have some people here in the queue I know who just make tons and tons of stuff and work incredibly fast. Yeah, I'm finally kind of making as well after a long time off. I haven't published anything yet, but I have a few levels that are finally getting off the ground after sitting in conceptual hell for quite some time. You know, I can just go down and do additional wall jumps there. If I want to play that safe. I don't have to do ground pound cancel or anything. Okay, there we go. I still don't know what those arrows were telling me. But maybe it is ground pound cancel. Yeah, triple jump, that's what it is. Could be checkpoint 2, as expected. Oh, squirrel. Let's just wall jump out of this. Reset the squirrel and... nope. Yeah. Okay, just need to pay attention to whether I still have the boost available for this section. Let's actually grab the acorn. And yeah, Mill 64, I guess it really does depend on, you know, what kind of plan you have in terms of structuring a world as well. I know that some people think very far in advance when it comes to super world concepts. But others just kind of do it top to bottom as the ideas come in. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I just need to remember not to reset. Yeah, kind of too bad about this power-up spawn location, because I find that very often when you have power-up spawn at your entry point, and moreover, not in the very instinctual left-to-right path from checkpoint, that players like me, anyway, can get into all kinds of trouble. In terms of just dashing forward and getting to grab anything, but yeah, we'll just wait a second here. And the turnaround time is fairly generous here. Whoops, should have just dropped in. Yeah, definitely needs to bounce off the P and then go on the left wall and then boost, I think. Or, well, I mean, every boost I think is actually marked by the Z here, so every ascension. Okay, need to let go of that a little bit more gracefully. Jump off and just gently float down. Yeah, it's actually been a long time since I played a squirrel course. I don't know if people just haven't been ascending them recently. Whoop, needed to actually get the jump input and through here, and then we float down and then we ascend. Okay, so we need to keep the ascension in check until we reach that marker, because that will be the only way to get up to the mole. Okay. And down. Then down. There we go. And then we are done. Thank you for that suggestion, Taldir. Blue soup in a new soup. I still don't know who kind of popularized the term new soup. I know it was kind of established in Maker 1 already, but I didn't really hear it until the early days of Maker 2, and it seems to be kind of streamer standard lingo these days. What I always just sort of refer to as NSMB, because I just see the games in writing all the time, so. Let's take a look at the suggestion from MeSB Chicken, if MeSB Chicken would check in. And thank you in the meantime for all of the GGs. And yeah, Mizubi Chicken might have left. I don't see them in the chat, so we'll probably just remove this in just one moment. Okay, let's bump it. Continuing down to Q is going to be TLSEHD with the next GN World level, I'm sure. If you would also check in. Oh, no, you said list just now. I know you're here. Let's just punch that in. And we're going to make a floaty air chase, like something out of World 5 from SMP3. You know, the biggest shock going back to World 5 from SMP3, in spite of the fact that this was something I knew 100% cold originally, is the fact that you can only hijack the shoe from below. And that was something that was one of the things that made the shoe level 5-3 really special originally, right? But at this point, I'm just so accustomed to the shoe mechanics with how you claim it in the Maker games that it really threw me off last time I just did a full replay of SMP3. Anyway, here's World at 3-F. And I guess F just stands for final here when it comes to the end segments each world. So we'll just continue to do everything out of order and take a look at the boss battle. Okay, just looking at the ship here, I just wanted to see the camera bob up and show me what was by the top left pipe. Okay, into the ship we go. And we're just going to probably shoot this. Alright, on-off switch is going to let me down to the 50 coin. It's not going to do much else for me yet. We'll do it. And we'll put it at great cost. Okay, let's not play like that. Being a little bit sloppy here. But yeah, little Toad is going to come here. Look at the way this kind of jukes you a little bit if you're not paying attention to the track. I'm not paying attention to the bullets either, but how the tracks are closed at the bottom but open at the top. Because I look at that thing, I just sort of expect a loop. And that's not actually what happens. So yeah, really going to tank that 25% clear rate. Which is little extravagances like that. I'm going to tap this and I'm not going to do anything with it. I just want to see what happens if you continue with the off state. Okay. So yeah, let's not get thrown off by this guy. A boo up there, okay, that's interesting. That a boo is just hanging out in ship. Not really what I expected, but it's okay. I guess it's haunted. Let's check up here, okay. Tap this guy. And yeah, Muncher is going to prevent me from doing anything with that, and I don't believe they're really vulnerable to fire anyway, so we'll just make our way across carefully. Well, looks like you probably can go in the upper location if you really wanted. Whoops. Sure, we'll just let that be destroyed. It can't really access Rocky Wrench there, but we'll grab the checkpoints. And of course, I'm going to check red pipe. Nope, nothing. Just there to be fire. However, this looks like something top right. So let me just grab a cannonball. Cannonballs are not going to come nearly quickly enough. What's happened? Nope. Okay. Maybe not then. Totally seems like I can... Ah, there we go. Let's do it the easy way. And we'll just get into the treasure hoard over here. Which is going to point me at this pipe junction that goes down towards the 50 coin. And yeah, so look at this, that you're transferring into the subworld, but you get this sort of illusion that you're going through the pipe into the same space because the entrance and exit are built identically. Yeah, we'll grab 2 keys, why not? And you are required to get 2 keys, okay. Go through here, and then see what we can do this time. Rocky Wrench is going to die. A big Rocky Wrench, okay. Let the swamp down. Sure, let's go up top. Gonna change this guy's facing direction. I don't think I can really get up to that upper location though. Whoa, that mole was trying to ambush me here. And we'll just have to be careful with the red bullets. Red bullets, of course, naturally imply that perhaps I can get upstairs. I want to see if I can lead the target here, and... nope, nothing up there, okay. Always worth checking. Yeah, these markers are just for the Potoboos. And okay, here's a little house. Or, I guess a room or captain's cabin inside the ship. But we'll take a look at it. And see... Okay, it's gonna be Wendy. Wendy's going to captain the ship. Yeah, seems like it... Lots of entities to spare. Just get all these black blasters here as the platform. Since they're not really moving anyway. I'm going to grab some one-ups for Endless. And that's going to be it, so yeah. That's the end of that ship. I guess a lot of the black blasters were just there as decoration to kind of feel continuous with the red blasters on either side. That's because, of course, they were just acting in that room like a fairly normal platform. But thank you for that. Very popular level, it seems. Gonna pull up sub next. Sub next is going to be back to New Gukaza. Probably do another comparatively short one, since we had been blowing through multiples. We might have to go back to that underwater P-Balloon Precision one eventually, though, because I feel like I spent enough time on that one to fall into the trap of the sunk cost fallacy, and now I want to really sink some time into it eventually, just not today. This one was Desiring Adulteration. Venture into the demon's lair and embrace corruption. Lilith Plus and Team P-Balloon. I don't know what's going on with Lilith Plus. You may have to explain that context, but TPB, I think we know very well from Nugukaza or Nugs by now. So let's take a look. Okay, P-Balloon is... I'm just going to be shot, but let me see what's going on here. I'm going to check this location because I can. Oh, something's going to drop in here eventually. I am also stuck, unless I get shot, which I don't think will happen at this angle, so... Lilith Plus is a streamer, okay, I guess just as a function of when I'm active on Twitch, I have not seen her. Seen a lot of maker streamers by now, but whoops. Okay, I do need to be fairly accurate to get down there. That does seem to be accessible right away. Be can, of course, also go for an upper path if foolish enough to do something like that, but we'll take the red path down here, and that's going to say Lilith. Plus. I'm just going to check around here. And it's going to be our heart. Be a heart. And demon. Right? Demon heart. Or melon heart. Like a melon Democrat. Or a Mel Demon heart. I don't know. Oh, they are co-streamers. Okay, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, okay. I understand now, I think. Let's get back down here. That's going to be safe. Anyway, glad we saw the dedication screen just to have a bit of a proof of concept of heading up there. Oh, let's get out of here. Let's fail miserably. This being a new Kakaza level, I know I'm required to keep the P-Balloon, but it's going to miss. Whoops. Okay, here we go. And yeah, it's going to go way through here, and looks like we can probably... Oh no, they're on munchers. I can't really release any of these positions, but... And I also can't bust through this. Except... Mecha Koopas can blast through these locations. I know I'm supposed to keep the people in, but I just want to have a bit of a proof of concept here and see what else I can do. There we go. Fireflower. I'm sure I'll need to fly out of this location here, but... Lots of artwork. Also, it looks like there's a whole bottom passage down there. I guess the stars are not going to be... Wait a minute, what if we go in through that pipe and then come out and take the stars? Let's try this. Can I go back? Yes, I can. Oh, whoops, not like that, I can't. I have to account for the turning radius, but it seems that if you pop out of the pipe, I should be able to grab the stars on my way back out, and then I can just blast through a whole bunch of this at once. I believe so, anyway. We'll see if that's proper understanding of what the positioning does. Oh, okay, you're blocked by lava. I see, I see. I don't think I knew that about the P-Balloon in terms of the collision making that a one-way pipe. That you can get in but not out. That's one of the few true one-way pipe mechanics, I think, that doesn't require any additional building to make happen. I feel like I should have seen that in something like a troll level by now, but I always get this sense that maybe, you know, it's the troll makers who come to New Kakaza for P-Balloon expertise. Anyway, let's... nope, bad idea. And there's just more illustrations of fire. Yeah, didn't know that P-Balloon Pipe Tech. We learned something new today. Which is really half the reason I do viewer levels, just to learn new stuff. Maybe not half the reason, but it's a significant reason. Just pick up so much tech from whatever people are trying to show me. Nope, bad idea. I didn't see that come up. I guess the fire pixel art illustration should have been some kind of clue, but sort of interesting that the stars also give you an incentive to check the interaction that shows you the one-way pipe tech. Because I don't think I would have tried that necessarily if I did not see the stars there in that location. I guess I'd already looked at the pipe entrance once. So. Yeah, nice little check demo there. Okay, through we go. Let's not get nuked by every mecha. Very nice of this level to just mark burner hazards. Okay, looks like 5 coins. Nope, we'll just have to back down. And we're going now. Did I see a key door? Here's a key door, okay. On the other side of the demon head. Let's grab a checkpoint. Checkpoint will drop you on top of the P-Balloon instantly. Let's drop Junior. Oh no, I can't because I'm in a P-Balloon state and I can't actually jump. And I guess I can't really reclaim the any kind of P-Balloon power once I get into the mushroom state. Okay, so I see how this is gated. Whoops. Yeah, so that's going to be P-Balloon required over there. I don't wonder where the snake block goes, but obviously it's decoration. I haven't quite parsed what this pixel art is telling me just yet, but it looks like it's the roots of a plant or something. Okay, let's wait for the next cow. It's going to be everything. And that cat, welcome. Demon fuel. Oh, I guess it's supposed to be fuel. Maybe. And yeah, I guess you just feed eggs to fire. Hey, here's the demon head. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of streamer lore here that I don't know, but you can explain that to me separately. In the meantime, though, learned a lot about the P-Balloon, as usual, from a Lucaso level, so. Thank you for that. Thank you for all the GGs. Let's punch in next. Yeah, getting through the pile today at a fairly decent clip. Only to run into a Meng level, so let's see what this is all about. Okay, Meng, any particular recommendations? I guess we still have unfinished business with this Kitty Nightmare. But if you want to suggest something else, you're welcome to as well. Anything I haven't played? Yeah, let's take a look at the Kitty Nightmare. We shouldn't avoid it for so long. 0.38, what could possibly go wrong? And the Meng has a fever dream. Well, let's see what kind of bounciness we're going to get from the cat. I see the preview screen already, and I'm looking at the mushroom platforms, and I'm expecting... I see conveyors, I see mushroom platforms, and I just know that I'm going to be bouncing all over the place. Yeah, 0.38%. I don't know if I'll finish it in this sitting, but we'll make sure we at least engage with the mechanic. Okay, so it looks like it is just going to be dash forward and punch everything. Not a strict time limit. Also, this platform is going to be controlled by on-off, so let me just check something here. Hard blocks up top. Okay. Probably... yep. Okay, going to have to get into that bounce and then up to the POW, and probably just... I don't know if I want to strike the POW or strike into it. And yeah, Electro Dude, very helpful description on this level. Whoops, we have to wait a little longer before climbing up the left side wall. don't know if I need to race that Thwomp towards something, but I expect that I will. Possibly I will even need to drop back on top of it at the end of that interaction. Okay. Okay, a little bit late there. I think I probably need to dive in order to do that quickly enough. But we'll just adjust my technique one interaction at a time. Yeah, that whole interaction with the Thwomp there is much safer. And it looks, whoops, I was trying to ground pound there and I just missed my D-pad. So that could have gone much, much better. Okay, punch everything. Down we go. And forward. Whoops. Too far forward. Okay. Forward we go. And we'll just let that guy carry me, and I'll just miss. Yeah, I should be striking that with the cat, and then dropping down gently towards the Thwomp, I think. But ground pound will also work there, but my timing is not great on that, so let's just get some of these control issues sorted out. Whoops, that was accurate. I just didn't expect that it would land dead center. I was projecting that it would be a little further to the left, and so that's what happens when you overcompensate. Okay, over there. No, I just need to swipe I need to let the Thwomp start going first, and then I start swiping. There we go. And back up. Nope. Need to lead the target a little bit. Not too much, but yeah, I think I'd rather do it with a ground pound than with a dive, just to control my timing a little bit better, since I do have a bit of trouble estimating the angle of the dive. I'm okay with the ground pound method, but I would need to get there a lot faster. Not get stuck on a climb. And just realized I need more. I need more what? Channel rewards, yeah. We've had a couple of good suggestions lately that I just haven't implemented yet. So there are definitely some ideas in circulation. I just have not had time to look into the managerial side of the channel, because the priority since coming back has just been to get the content back in order and, you know, just do that on a fairly regular basis, so. You have enough to skip the queue twice, I see. Yeah, no, I do have some new channel rewards that are planned, but need to get the pricing and the artwork in and all that and see what's feasible. But yeah, if there's anything in particular that you would like to see as a channel reward, do let me know and I'll take that into consideration. Looks like this is going to be a dive, and then interesting. Very interesting. Because does the dive actually get you in there? If you were following the arrows close to the ceiling, wouldn't necessarily have thought so. But that's the thing about Mang levels, is that you learn new interactions as you go, and that's usually what tends to clear right for people, is that you do have to understand some things about the game that you might not have seen previously. And Channel reward bird person quote. Yeah, I would need to learn more bird person quotes to do that. Actually, finally watch some Rick and Morty, perhaps. But... Okay. Now, one suggestion that we had last week, also, I can theoretically climb the Thwomp if it doesn't die too quickly, but... We had somebody suggest create a haiku about the current level that's being played. And I really liked that idea. I don't know if I could do it well, but... That's the best suggestion I've heard recently. So that might be a point dump. But, yeah, we've had some other ideas as well. And Terminator is assuring me that Rick and Morty is a very smart and edgy show. Whoops. Totally missed that. Hang on. I don't have enough forward momentum to do this now. Okay. Really did need conveyor plus mushroom to get over there accurately. I feel like there are some later segments where, this being a Mang level, sideways Thwomp momentum is going to be important. That if I'm riding a sideways Thwomp, I should maybe have the expectation that it would carry me forward in a way I need to account for. I don't know why I missed the ground pound there once more. Pentameter poem works too, yeah. I suppose it does. That's one of those things that, like, I know I can do it normally. I don't know if I can do it while I'm actually in the middle of playing Mario Maker. Speaking in iambic pentameter. Okay. Whoops. I don't see why my down input isn't registering in time there. It's something a little bit off. But I'm definitely missing the ground pound when I'm thinking ground pound. I'm probably just late in that whole interaction. It's not input lag or anything, it's just I'm missing. Yeah, so the Thwomp is going to carry you forward. And maybe I need that in order to have enough forward momentum to do this thing here. And except maybe I can actually grip onto that with a climb and then swat that and then get onto conveyor belt. I'm not really sure yet. And here we are. Well, there's plenty of Shakespeare that's in what they call blank verse. Some of it is not always strictly metrical, but certainly the sonnets are all in iambic pentameter. And many of the great speeches as well in plays. Whoops. Okay. Considering I nearly flubbed that, that was... okay, no. Do need to hit that repeatedly a few times. I think I'm overcompensating for that one attempt when I was getting ahead of the Thwomp and stuff. In French, the important part is just the end of the verse. Ah, yes, like in Molière. Or... I don't know my French drama very well. I used to know a little bit of French poetry. You know, like going up to Baudelaire and so on. That's not really my specialization. Who was Shakespeare's inspirations? Well, I mean, it was the whole... like, there are a lot of landmarks of English literature leading up to that point, so you get sort of Chaucer in the... Geoffrey Chaucer at the end of the Middle English period, and there's a lot of material that gets brought into Shakespeare directly from that, like, you know, Troilus and Cressida has Chaucer as a source. Definitely one of the sort of primary pre-Shakespearean English texts would be Edward Spencer's The Faerie Queene, which has very notable influence in some of the more fantastic material in things like A Midsummer Night's Dream. Okay, do we know how to do this here? The Cantos of Ezra Pound, that would be interesting. I mean, they're quite long, As opposed to some of the shorter pieces. Like Pound, like the, what was it that... have to remember this stuff while I'm in the middle of playing levels, and I am the Supernova is going to come in raiding with a party of 7. Let me just give this a quick pause. And the command is not win, the command is shout out. I almost instinctively typed win, which I think was a very premature thing to do, but Supernova, hope you are doing well. I do know that Supernova tends to do quite a lot of playtesting, and the viewer levels sort of right before my block and with a slight overlap. So, those of you who want playtesting, I think most of you who can make Supernova's time are already aware of that stream, but you should definitely give him a follow. I believe Supernova also has a new level this week that I've not looked at yet. I did see part of the contraption being built for it, but I have not played it. So queue is still open. I don't know how much longer it will be open, or how much longer you can stay, but the stream has been going well. We got through a lot of levels quickly today. So some of the clear rates have been much more generous than usual, and so we got through a lot of people. Oops. And so now we are kind of compensating for that by doing a level that will be very familiar to Supernova for now, because Supernova did recently do a complete retrospective of levels by Meng. Okay. Okay, this interaction here, I've only done once successfully yet. There we go, just dive into that. And then we need the swat. I mean, I need to stop swatting. I don't want so much momentum that I coast way over and overshoot. Yeah, I chose this one because we had been putting it off for a while. Partly because of one of the previous streams, I think Meng had recommended against it. But, you know, I thought it was about time we took a look, because among the more recent creations, this is the only one I'm missing. And thank you so much for the cheers, Hyperion Smokestack. And if you have to take off, yeah, you have a good night yourself. Enjoy more Pac-Man 99 as you continue to procrastinate on putting your super world together. And thank you once again for all the support. Okay. Whoops. Make the Z button destroyer. Do I? Oh, yeah, that. I haven't played that one, but I think I know which one you're talking about. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, because I did watch some of the Meng retrospective streams, and there's a lot of the older material that I have not played. Oh, this is the Z button destroyer. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. I'm playing on the Super Nintendo pad, where the shoulder triggers are nice and responsive, and also pretty comfortable, in fact. I still find that the Super Nintendo controller, not the Supernova controller, much more comfortable for this game than any of the modern Nintendo stuff, so... Whoops. It's much easier on my hands. And yeah, I had to wait for the opportunity for the official supply to become available. This is the official Nintendo one, not the 8BitDo or other third-party controllers in the Super Nintendo style. But yeah, in my region, it was extremely supply constrained for a long time, and so when the opportunity arose to grab one, I jumped on that right away last year. Okay, keep missing. And Mamuga, the levels are going great. We've been going through a pretty decent pile of them just to get jammed on this one for a while. But that's okay, I was expecting a bit of a challenge. And it may be one that I just need to learn piece by piece over multiple sessions, but... And yeah, Mail is telling me that the NES one is always available. It's sort of interesting because the NES Classic, when it came out, just had this reputation for being in very short supply. In spite of the fact that I think, you know, anybody looking at that would know that given the longevity of the games involved, that they're mostly, you know, very short arcade experiences, that people were much more likely to tire of it quickly as a collector's item. But then sometimes you just, you know, buy those things to ensure that you have access on your modern HD setups. Slaughtery, yeah, we occasionally have some audio syncing bugs, and sometimes audio just kind of glitching out entirely. I can try to do a quick reset here to try to resolve that. Thanks for letting me know. We do have some audio issues when the stream is kind of pushing my streaming computer CPU pretty hard, so I will just try to see if that can be mitigated somehow with quick fix. So we'll be right back. I don't know if there's going to be particularly great demand for the N64 controller, but then, I mean, my bias here is that I never liked the N64 controller to begin with. I feel like for the N64 Classic, they need to get a big draw that is truly associated with a system like GoldenEye, but then there are just so many licensing issues with GoldenEye, and licensing issues with James Bond generally, whenever it involves any of the actual actors. That's... Okay, hang on just a second. This is not quite working out for me. Let me continue to fix this. Then I think, you know, N64, even with a lot of the modern library that people know from Nintendo first party, a bit of a tough sell. Sorry, I don't know yet if I've been able to get Switch hooking up properly. Let me just fix some of this on the back end while we talk about licensing issues. Let me get my controller set up back in order. Audio will be back in just a moment, though. You're probably the only one who prefers the N64 controller to any other later controller. That's why your name is Mail64, I guess. But okay, let's get back into the level, and hopefully some of the audio is a little better in sync, although, as I said, it is a bit of a persistent technical issue here, so... Safety of man, welcome. Yeah, we can still continue here. But yeah, you have to think that with the N64, that as with Star Fox 2 on the Super Nintendo Classic, it does need to have some kind of draw in terms of original content, or previously unreleased or unlocalized content. And it does kind of need to fundamentally make up for the fact that, like, when people think about the N64 as a nostalgic experience, much more than any other Nintendo system, they are thinking about stuff like GoldenEye that's no longer available. You're proud to have first clear on this. Well, congratulations, Supernova. I guess you must have done it before the manga retrospective. Yeah, understand some of that so far. And here we go. But yeah, I need to tap very precisely. I cannot overdo that. But yeah, I was very pleased with the concept of just the Super Nintendo pad that, you know, charges over USB-C and has a Bluetooth connection and all these modern affordances. The only thing is that it lacks any kind of capture or home button. And they have a workaround for it in the Super Nintendo Online software. but only in that software and not system-wide, where you use the otherwise unused ZL and ZR buttons that have been added as substitutes for home and capture. Like you use them in certain combinations. But that's the only limitation. Well, and of course you can't play games that need sticks. But yeah, I find that when I do Puzzle Day, for instance, I do have to switch back to the Pro Controller. Because on Puzzle Days, I use the screenshot button so often, and sometimes the rumble is in fact helpful for detecting things like bomb detonations. And, whoops. And yeah, the original Earthbound 64 that I don't think was actually finished before it was replaced with Mother 3 on a GBA. Like, that was kind of the white whale of the N64 for the longest time before GBA Mother 3 showed up, revealed the actual fate of that game. Good point about F-Zero, though. 64 DD. Stuff like the Master Quest is not that widely available these days. I remember the last time that we had things like the Ocarina Master Quest re-release would have been on the bonus discs that came with the GameCube port, in fact. GameCube port that had a bit of a glitchy Majora's Mask port, if I recall. But yeah, there was a GameCube Zelda compilation disc that was a very temporary bonus item. And outside of that, we haven't really had that much in the way of, say, official releases of content like the Master Quest. I was about to say Master Cut because you said Snyder Cut. And, okay, that particular collision down the slope needs to be very precise. Well, this is a bit of a learning run, so as I said, man, I may not necessarily get very far, but at least I know what the concept is and I know what I'm in for next time I attempt this. But I think I can do better, it's just that I don't really have a consistent method for that slope yet. Just dash there, okay. Oh, okay, just dash there. Dash as in not dive, I don't need to dive. Whoops. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. Master Quest is in the 3DS port. Okay, I actually don't think I remember that. I know there was a bunch that they added in the 3DS remake. Some content like, you know, timed boss leaderboards and so on, but yeah, I'd forgotten that, actually. I remember being very happy with the Majora's Mask port. I know that it's controversial among some people just because of some of the changes to the quest guidance systems and so on, but okay, just dive there. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Although clearly not very well. Okay, that was actually almost accurate as we almost got to checkpoint 1. I don't know if I will continue this past checkpoint 1. We might take a brief look if I do hit it. But, like I said, we do need to just learn this piece by piece. And we'll see. Okay. Nope. Need to dive at the top of the arrows. But yeah, definitely one thing I noticed, as I've said before to some people on stream, about the All-Star port of Mario 64 is that I think the camera is as noticeable as it is in terms of how it's restricted to a few angles in the classic style, because the N64 controller originally just mapped that to the C buttons rather than a stick, because obviously there was only one stick. And you can really tell going back to Mario 64 just how much of the camera system was designed with that expectation. Need to learn this brick by brick? Yeah, very much so, because you can't overshoot in certain segments. Like what we saw with the Thwomp Ride right before Checkpoint 1. I actually do need a precise number of swipes. Can't just spam all day, or we'll overshoot. I can be a little bit of a button masher when it comes to stuff like that. And okay. Let me just check how much time I've spent on this just to make sure we are on a reasonable pace. And I started this one a while back. Sorry, I'm just checking here. Yeah, been about half an hour on this. Let's give it one last good attempt. Try to hit checkpoint 1 if I can. Then we'll proceed. I'm absolutely willing to go back to this at some point. Might need a bit of a longer session like I did with the Grasshopper. But it's kind of interesting how there are some similarities between this and the Link Minecraft level in terms of swiping through a series of blocks, or just having a repeated tapping motion. Which is, I guess, why we got into the controller discussion in the first place, is because I don't feel like this is a problem at all for my controller buttons, simply because the Super Nintendo shoulder buttons are so comfortable. Okay. Like I said, one more good attempt. Hopefully we can get to the Thwomp Ride. I want to at least succeed at the dive segment one more time, but then we'll probably just call this for now. Yeah, but I say one last good attempt because the qualifier good allows me to have a little bit of flexibility when it comes to my choices. Choose my words carefully to give myself all kinds of outs. So, don't really consider this too much of a grind, but I will, however, let me take a look at the size of the queue in just a moment, but I will probably be closing the queue relatively soon. So those of you who have something reserved, do be aware that you should get your submissions in soon. Well, I mean, I haven't actually reached the flag yet. I've decided that the benchmark is probably, I do want to get the dive down accurately, because the dive under that weird slope is the thing I've been having the most trouble with. It doesn't even look like that much of a kiddie nightmare until you get into stuff like this. No. That was a mistake. At a dive, you really have to push against the slope. Yeah, I'm getting that idea, I'm just missing the input. I don't imagine I'll be able to do it reliably, but if I can do it successfully at least once, then we'll gradually learn how to do it reliably next time I play this. Okay, here it is. Push against the slope. And, oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, no, I really do need to just continue holding right even after that swipe. And I don't know why I'm accidentally holding down there every time. I think it's just some kind of instinct where... oh, I know why. It's because I'm anticipating the downward motion for the forward swipe. That's why I'm doing it. And that's why I'm doing it wrong. Because I know that it's normally down shoulder. Yeah, as you can see, I'm hitting down too quickly. That was the issue. Okay, let's see if we can do that twice in a row, just to be sure. Yeah, no, I'm not intending to ground pound. The problem is that I'm getting into the ground swipe too early when I'm anticipating the horizontal segment. Oops. Like I said, we'll call it on this fairly soon, but let me just see if I can finally understand a dive with any degree of consistency, and we'll eventually go back to this one. Okay, really have to hug this thing. And yeah, okay, doing it a bit more reliably then. Okay, reacting to that a little bit poorly. I do want to try to get that jump. We are making enough headway now with the dive segment in terms of fixing it in a potentially reliable way that it is progress. I'm trying to remember who made that cat level near the end of 4YM. I think it was Pinkston. But that one gave me a surprising amount of trouble. And it was also Cat Desert, which is why I'm thinking about it here. Checkpoint. Okay, these are going to be side thwomps, I think. I need to jump on top of them and then swipe. And then dive. Okay. Happy with that so far. I know we just got past checkpoint, but I will need to learn that in another session. And I think I am pretty confident in being able to get back there now that we've fixed the dive. So, not exactly a GG, but we'll hold it off for some kind of continuation. Sub next is going to be next. Let's just put in the abandonment message, and we'll go back to that someday. 0.37, I mean, we've played some Mang levels that come out to something like that, but yeah, 103 from Candle is the record here, and Supernova was saying something about the first clear. Interesting that the world record is very slightly under the creator time, although I see Mang on the world record on all kinds of Thwomp momentum levels all the time, so not surprising that you would be very close to world record on your own level. There's a Kaizo log and a naked pipe at the end. Ah, well. I mean, it's partly earned our confidence. Terminator, you are next. I will look at the clear rate for this. And from that, I will kind of determine how soon we're going to be closing the queue, but I will be closing relatively soon. Certainly by the time I'm done with this level, I think. And if we have a couple of dropouts, or if we finish early... Yeah, this is as yet uncleared. Thank you for offering me the first clear, even though there are only 2 existing footprints on it. So yeah, I'll probably be closing the queue definitely within the next couple of minutes, but we'll let everybody get their final submissions in first. Yoshi will aid you to the flag. Use Thwomp Tech to win. Well, we just had a little bit of Thwomp Tech going on here, but it looks like there's going to be some pushing through bumpers involved here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we just need to go over. I don't know why I thought it would bounce on that guy in case, but... Alright, just ride this out. There we go. Much, much better. Why? Grab the shell, spit the shell. Okay, it's going to be fairly brisk. Took me by surprise the first time. Oh, let's not do it like that, obviously. So yeah, we'll be riding it out, we'll be grabbing the shell, we'll jump, we'll spit the shell, we'll get back down on a thwomp. Duck and then up. Let me just scout ahead a little bit. I duck, and then, wow, looks like it's going to be a very particular gap that we need to get through. Then it's going to be right, and then we drop back down on the swamp, and then we get up here and then jump off Yoshi. Yoshi's going to drop through the bumper. Okay. Huh. I gotta get through there. Okay, no. I need to probably swallow fire now that I look at it. Unless I'm supposed to take damage because Yoshi will follow the swamp. Yeah, maybe I just need to face into this and just take that directly because Yoshi is going to take damage but get into his running state on top of the swamp, and then I just continue from there perhaps, but I'm not actually sure. But I think that's what's going to happen, because I don't see a way to avoid damage there unless I just swallow fire. Yeah, Yoshi's just going to follow the swamp. Nice. Okay, that was not quite what I wanted, but... yeah, I think I get the idea now with the damage location. Interesting that the Yoshi speed here is going to match the swamp speed. That's something I didn't know. Probably the kind of thing that Mang knows, actually, just given his side swamp tech. Yeah, interesting that Yoshi's running speed will just match that very accurately. We just hopefully need to not drop him so far to the side. Also just make sure he's facing right. Okay, I'm not reading that drop location accurately, am I? Am I supposed to bump myself up first? We'll have to determine that. Oh, whoops. Mistake. Okay, on to Yoshi. Face right, catch up. Huh. Yeah, and obviously Terminator, you want to see this for playtesting purposes, so... because I'm looking at the 2 coins that are underneath the Z marker. I'm thinking that's probably supposed to be the drop location, but I'm just not getting high enough with Yoshi to reach that. So. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, Yoshi's definitely supposed to drop on top of the swamp. And then I should follow the coin trail back down. And I should follow the coin trail, not think about the down arrow as a destination, because the down arrow is actually going to be a marker for the next segment. Nope. Positioning was a bit off. And yeah, I should expect that Yoshi's going to land a little bit to the right of the swamp when he gets into the initial damage state. So I should not worry too much about the fact that Yoshi is kind of running on the edge all the time. Although it does mean that I do require a bit of an adjustment when I land back on him after the conveyor belt segment. Let's do this properly. SDGML, it's going well. SDGML, I did in fact look into some of Dudamel's conducting on your recommendation to catch up on some videos. So thank you for that recommendation, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, it looks like the North American Late Night Gang is here. Okay, I need to go pretty much fully forward at that point. I see what's going on here, that I'm dropping on top of Yoshi, and because he's so far to the right of the swamp, I'm adjusting my position. And so Yoshi's falling too far to the left because of that adjustment, I think. That maybe I should not be doing an adjustment once I land back on him. Okay, he's still falling a little far to the left, so... I am wondering if I need to get a bit of a dash with Yoshi going into that, but I think the strategy right now is to land on Yoshi and not move and just... Whoops. Let him sit on the top right of the swamp. I wonder if this would work better with a big thwomp, to be honest, but... You know, just to have a little bit more surface area to work with for the sake of accuracy. And thank you, SDGML, for getting that in. I am about to close the queue, probably in a few attempts. So... Whoops. Let's get back to Red Luigi on Penguin Lord's request. Let me actually mark some of these requests as redeemed as well. I'm behind on formally cashing in some of the points that have been spent here. Please be online when called. Yeah, I mean, Supernova, you know, if your sleep habits are anything like the last time you submitted to the stream, you'll definitely be finding that out the hard way. Oops. Okay. You were the supernova. Now you're just a black hole. Alright, here we go. No, that is a straight up miss. Okay, here we go. Nope, need to jump a little bit higher. Man, you totally are the super duper nova. And SDGML, you just finished watching Ant-Man. I see. I'm generally not too keen on a lot of the Marvel films. I actually really did like Ant-Man, though. But, sort of had some prior experience with the work of Peyton Reed, including a lesser-known film by him that seems to have fallen into some obscurity, the romantic comedy Down with Love, starring Ewan McGregor and Renee Zellweger, which was kind of in that post-Moulin Rouge musical bubble, which was this send-up of, you know, classic Doris Day musicals that I think was totally lost to most of the modern audience. Showed up for it. Which was very unfortunate, because it's actually a very, very good send-up, as I recall, of, you know, fluffy 1950s romantic comedies. Really nailed the style. Supernova is forcing you to watch all the Marvel films. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. I mean, they're mostly not terrible, it's just that I find them... I mean, I have a fair share of issues with them, and... There are a few that I found were pretty fine entertainments, but... I'm very particular about filmmaking, even action blockbuster filmmaking. I feel that by the standards of big budget action blockbusters, that there has been a lot that's been in great decline ever since the big Marvel explosion of the 2010s. But anyway, I could give you a whole speech about that at some point, but perhaps not while I'm repeatedly dying to Agent Yoshi here. At worst, they're inoffensive. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I mean, you know, a lot of them are just very mediocre fun, or... they're just... well, I mean, it depends. I mean, there are definitely moments in a lot of those films where I watched some of them originally in cinemas and kept thinking to myself, my goodness, why did I keep making the mistake of signing up for this? Yeah, there are a few I'm quite fond of. Definitely found the Captain America films to be the stronger ones of the bunch. And Ant-Man, for that matter. Ant-Man got a lot right about just filmmaking style in terms of action comedy that just felt a lot cleaner and more coherent than a lot of the other stuff. I have big problems with the, specifically with the editing and fight choreography in a lot of the films. Where there's just this, you know, they throw so much money at the thing, and a lot of the Marvel films just have this very cheap televisual look to them anyway, when it comes to composition and staging, and a lot of things that, you know, a lot of popular cinema has historically gotten done very well. That's, you know, it's not even an objection to blockbuster cinema or anything like that in general. It's just that I think from the perspective of film language, there's just much less to chew on the Marvel films. But anyway, thank you for that, Terminator. I hope that was a useful playtest. I do think that may be a big thwomp. Even though it's a fairly sizable nerf to difficulty, a big thwomp might make the margin of error on the Yoshi drop a little bit more manageable. And if it's not with a big thwomp, then maybe there's something with the marker alignment with those bumpers in that one upward segment. And maybe it is also the camera as well that I can't really see where I'm landing. But in general, fun little micro concept, actually much easier to grasp than some of the more finicky super speed Terminator levels that we've seen. Which, mind you, were very entertaining in their own right. So thank you for that. We'll move on to next. I am at this point, as promised, also going to close the queue. Anyway, sorry, I do have to catch up on a bit of chat since I was focusing a bit on the last attempt. Let me just get in here quickly. I know, Supernova, I know that your level is the one that's hyper speed, using one of the few remaining techniques that Nintendo has not yet patched out. SDGML, at least it's over quickly. Let me just make sure I have the bot displaying this is properly closed, and we will get into next. Let me check the current list as well. Not that much left, so hopefully we'll get through everybody. Mr. Electrodude. And I mean, Supernova, if your idea of a good time is, you know, telling somebody to watch all the Marvel films in sequence, yeah, I guess I do know. Anyway, to scroll up in the chat a little bit. No, Suicide Squad is not in the Marvel sequence, it is a DC property. Very confusingly, they have the sequel coming that is called The Suicide Squad. I have not watched either. I have not watched too many of the recent DC films apart from Man of Steel, followed by the legal battle, like the legal injunction that was filed in the case of Batman v Superman, which I always think of as the name Batman bin Superman, because that is a sort of infamously funny passport by somebody who is from the Philippines, whose surname was Superman, and his parents thought it was funny to name him Batman. Lukewarm Ocean. Quickly escape the lukewarm ocean before it becomes too hot. Let's do it. And we'll see how this goes. No, I never saw the long cut of Batman v Superman. But I still can't get over the very funny thing they do in that film, which is... I don't know if it's unintentionally or intentionally hilarious, but it's a film that has a very memorable reference to Cole Porter. Which is not even the first time that there has been kind of a comedic reference to Cole Porter in a comic book film, because there was a whole Cole Porter sequence in Tank Girl, as I recall, where you know, they have a musical number there as well. But what's the difference between DC and Marvel? Well, mostly just a history of IP consolidation, that some things end up one way or another, but creatively speaking, they do kind of have different priorities and personalities in a way. Oh, you know, in a way that, say, Sony and Nintendo kind of have. No, I should go up top. I should not try to sneak through there. That is death. Let's pay attention to the level here. That's generally when people talk about DC and Marvel in artistic terms, they note how DC tends to favor a lot of heroes that are very much removed from society in some way, and very much more comfortable as superheroes because their civilian alter egos don't blend in with civilians anyway. I mean, you can kind of see that with Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne, etc. And that Marvel has a bit more of a deliberate working class appeal. If you just sort of think about the kind of heroes that you get from characters like Peter Parker and so on, that there is a certain stylistic difference in terms of what in their portfolios has been successful. So that's how I've often seen it described. I'm not really a comic book person, so I can't go into much more detail than that, but although Batman historically has been one of those things where I never thought of myself as somebody who is particularly into Batman, but then, you know, looking at how much Batman I have historically consumed, I may be much more into Batman than I think I am in terms of just how much of it I've been exposed to. Yeah, SDGML, it wasn't until I was really already an adult that I caught up on a lot of superhero comics in the way of graphic novels. A lot of it was because I was sort of given the idea of trying them out by a novel that is an excellent, excellent novel. It's called The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay by Michael Chabon, and which was kind of loosely based on the creators of Superman, in that it was about Jewish kids in Manhattan who are kind of using the creation of superhero comics as a proxy for their sense of powerlessness in fighting the Nazi threat. And it very famously refers to the Captain America comic of Captain America punching out Hitler on the cover. That's kind of a major influence on it as well. And so back when I read that novel, which is, once again, really worth your time if you are at all into modern American literature, I just kind of got the idea of catching up on the graphic novel form as much as I could, and so I went through a lot of the essentials all at once in trade paperback collections. You know, got through Watchmen, got through some of the big Batman stories like Long Halloween, and Dark Knight Returns, I want to say. Yeah, Dark Knight Returns. Yeah, a lot of the Alan Moore stuff, you know, Watchmen, V for Vendetta, etc. And just kind of had a bit of a graphic novel phase. Also, some of the more contemporary political stuff, I would say. Persepolis and Mouse, and a lot of the other sort of modern classics of the graphic novel form that take non-superhero things, historical subjects as their subject matter. And I haven't revisited a lot of that stuff in a while, but I thought it was actually a very rewarding experience to just kind of try to learn about the graphic novel as a form. I need to do a bit of a swim out of the first bounce here instead of just dragging my feet. Okay, here we go. Sorry, Electro Dude, I'm making a total hash of this, even though it is clearly nerfed from what it was last time, in some subtle way that I can't quite place. Whoops. Did I read Jimmy Corrigan? No, I have not read Jimmy Corrigan. But thank you for the recommendation, Safety of Man. Yeah, Meng putting in a recommendation for the works of Tarkovsky. I can second that. It took me a long time to get around to watching the Tarkovsky Solaris, actually. Like, I was exposed to both the Soderbergh Solaris as well as the original Stanislav Lem novel Solaris before I actually watched the Tarkovsky film, which is certainly the much more renowned adaptation. And just... let's see here. Let's drop down. But yeah, no, I've always been a big Lem reader, actually, so I knew Solaris well in advance of watching the film. A little ahead of Paster, I should have swam up maybe one pedal. And... yeah, the Lem novel of Solaris actually is something that I can kind of talk your ear off about, because it's a very interesting kind of edge case in literary translation rights, actually. We were talking a bit about literary translation in one of the previous streams, and... oh, I'm supposed to bounce. Okay. And, Solaris is kind of an interesting scenario where the only commercially available English translation was not a direct translation from the Polish original. Rather, it was a translation from the French translation of the Polish. And that's entirely an IP law thing, as I understand it, that for some reason a direct Polish to English translation can't actually be published yet. Except it does exist as an audiobook, I think. Because, yeah, Lem is some of the best material to work with when it comes to people who are Polish to English translators. Like, a lot of them have tackled his science fiction, because it is some of the most interesting science fiction of the 20th century. In ways that are very idiosyncratic and, you know, off the main line of what goes on in a lot of English language science fiction, so... yeah, we do need to jump into that initial bump. That is an adjustment I will need to make every time. Yeah, sorry, my Electro Dude, definitely not really on point with this level right now, so we'll do that eventually. Okay, one pedal there, we'll do a trick. Go down. Go down, I said. Ellen Ryan, you say your favorite graphic novel is The Far Side? I mean, if you are thinking about the collections, The Complete Far Side. Actually, I seem to recall reading something about Gary Larson kind of taking up digital tools to return to The Far Side after coming out of retirement, and I never followed up on that, whether the new material has been released yet or anything. But I remember reading that story last year that Gary Larson had decided to just draw comics again. Because The Far Side is just remarkably influential for what a short run it had. It really wasn't around for very long, but it was a big enough body of work to just fill year after year of single-panel calendars. Okay, bump that. Finally getting this down. Missing the coin, no big deal. And we'll just dodge around here. There we go. 1 second, and right onto flagpole. Thank you for that. Electrocuted. Fairly easy going, I was just not paying enough attention to some of the initial adjustments, like paddling out of the spring at the beginning. And you can see we are a whole 2.5 seconds off of the record due to all the imprecision. So, lukewarm level over there. I don't know if we still have any subs coming. I think we do. Let's just tap sub next, and we'll go down the list from there. So, Nugukaza, let's look at something else. Looks like we have a new record already on Yoshi. Key balloon time, yes indeed. Once again, probably just going to look at some of the non-precision ones. I mean, we can look at some of the precision ones as well, but I don't expect to get very far, so... Certainly nothing against them, just want to see what we're in for. Especially because I do want to get through the queue. Corridor Shore, okay, let's do this one. A little bit more manageable for today's session, so we'll gradually work our way back to the harder stuff. So I'm a little bit more warmed up with P-Balloon technique, which Dugukaza's levels tend to push all the way to their limit in some of the harder creations. But this one is just going to be around 2%, and it's going to be 40 seconds if you go by the record. We'll see how we do in Corridor Shore. Thank you for all the GGs previously. You're attempting to upload your hardest level, I see. No, we can slow down into that. The auto-scroll is going to prevent us from going too far anyway, so this isn't going to be pure speed, this is going to be timing-based, to some extent. Nope, but we do need to find our entry point and just boost right into it, I think, at full speed. Okay. No, I do need a boost all the way in. Give myself a little bit of distance to get up to speed before I enter this. Nope. I have to figure out whether these are late entries or early entries, but I want to have my speed as consistent as possible going into that before I even think about entering. Okay. It's going to take a little bit of adjustment. Yeah, sorry, Norlira Meti, we actually just closed the queue. If I get through the remaining levels faster than expected, then I might reopen for a few extra. Okay, so it is going to be a bit of a tap-tap-tap motion here. It's not going to be full speed. Yeah, sometimes we do manage to reopen at the end, but it depends entirely on the difficulty of the levels that we're seeing here, so... Okay, that is going to be a bit of a consistency check as we get through this helical formation. And, whoops. And, yeah, behold, deoxyribonucleic acid. Yeah, many years ago I used to frequent the hub where Watson and Crick were said to have stopped to announce their discovery when they discovered the double helix structure of DNA. It is a historic pub in the UK. It's called the Eagle. They have excellent, excellent fish and chips. And I know that a few years ago they actually had a sort of house brew of their own. Sorry, I don't really know my beer. I guess a house beer that is on tap that was just called the Eagle DNA. Okay, auto-scroll accelerates there, and we're a little behind on the entry then. We do need to enter when everything is on the right side of the screen. But yeah, they're very proud of the fact that they're the pub that's associated with DNA. But it makes me think of Mr. DNA from Jurassic Park. Oops. Okay, that was a mistake. Don't want to bump into anything. So yeah, this is just a matter of speed control. It's like learning how to drive under a speed limit. Need mind traffic. And the autoscroll isn't going to go so far that we're absolutely dead if we have a bit of a late entry. But I don't want too much of this to be on screen. Cannon Monster unique. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. About that collision being different from all collisions. Yeah. Driving is usually not that deadly. Maybe not for you. I mean, if you're not controlling your speed properly around traffic, I mean, I guess, you know, you don't get squished by the lane boundaries like you do here, but... When on tracks, is it only when they're on tracks then? I just assume that Nuka Kaza has tested everything to do with P-balloons at this stage. Nope, too fast. If driving is deadly, then you're bad? I mean, you're also dead. Okay. You can drive SD mad while drunk. I guess we can. Okay, just going to get in there very dangerously, in fact. I did get pushed slightly, but thankfully I was low enough that that was not a huge issue. Nice, very entity heavy this whole thing, but oh, what's this all about? Reset door. Why do we want a reset door? Because if the boos are out of position, I see. Okay, because if you face away from the boos, they move, and... Okay. Oh, very nice. Very nice finish, actually. Tons of one-ups for whatever super world you decide to put this in, perhaps. Surprisingly manageable. Yeah, really nice effects all over that. I assume that you just kind of ran out of entity space, which is why you would only build 3 corridors, because of how dense everything is, even with the use of some entity savers like the boo rings. But yeah, really neat pattern on the third one for sure. There's a bit of an escalation of the concept where you can't just go in a straight line, but have just enough wiggle room to adjust. It did look very, very good. Thank you for that, Nuka Kaza. Let's go next. Yeah, we're picking the easy stuff, obviously, but eventually we'll work our way to some of the scarier balloon concepts. Probably too hard? Yeah, we'll determine that for ourselves. L64. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything too critical in chat. Need to scroll up a bit and some talk about the other apparently extremely punishing level that Nuka Kaza is currently working on. Other than that, I don't think I've missed anything extremely critical. Oh, except for Ellen Ryan telling me that you haven't heard a follow-up from Barry Larson just yet. And, oh yeah, SD, you were asking about what does Hurt House mean. I believe Meng's name is actually Der Yogurt Hose, as in somebody who's like wearing yogurt pants, perhaps. And, oh, that's the emote that you bought with bits. Okay, I was wondering what that was. I couldn't quite make out the image, to be honest. But the emote will be making many appearances. It has made some appearances already. It is a laughing cat. Oh, okay, I couldn't quite decipher it, at least at the screen resolution that I've got here. I see, it is laughing cat, yeah. Needed to zoom in a bit to properly see how that face was oriented and actually parse it as a face. Anyway, here's Iggy's Hidden Armada Rising by Mail64. Very new upload, where Iggy's secret fleet is making for an exit. Destroy it, or it's too late. Superworld is up to World 2 now, okay. I don't actually know what your ordering is because I haven't played your levels in order, but we'll see how this one goes. NSMB, once again. Interesting that we're going to hear some audio. Follow up to the last level, okay. I don't know if I see that yet, but after getting out of the lake, we'll bop this guy. We do need to get rid of the stump, probably with a ground pound. I don't see why I would want to take out the hammer there, but looks like we have Yoshi spawning on the next deck. And yeah, well, Supernova, enjoy your Roru emotes. I didn't see Roru around on other people's streams. I never really managed to catch his time myself. I am told that he also does puzzles from time to time, which is why I hear about puzzle streamers who submit here also submitting there. Okay, let's get over here. Also, that I know he's got a whole bunch of Persona 5 themed artwork, and I've not actually played Persona 5, but it has a very mistakable sense of style. They don't really explore the previous room that carefully. What is going on here? Okay, eventually P-Switch is going to activate and drop us down here. This is some kind of push interaction that is going to probably... I don't know what's going on with the blaster up there. It might be... Oh. Pop up. Let's see how high it goes. That high, okay. I see. So the bomb is going to eventually drop fire all over the place. So we need to not stand on top of the jump blocks because that will be potentially dangerous. Right, because the bombs will ignite if they get lit up by fire, except the fire doesn't go that high, so that's, whoops, an issue. Let's start timing properly here. And not kill the bomb too early. We gradually guide it over to the P-Switch, probably. Well, no, we need to guide it over there. It will be lit on fire. P-Switch is then going to go over by way of the conveyor belt. Hey, I want to try one thing, just as a... Oh, whoops, P-Switch is going to get pushed, okay. Expect that. And then we can get through there, except if we... Oh yeah, there is an infinite P-Switch on the right side, so that's not going to be an issue. There's one thing I want to try there, just as a bit of a bug test, but I'll get back to it before I play with it. And yeah. Let's get back here. And okay. Nope. Getting hit by the mushroom. Or losing the mushroom rather, getting hit by the bullet. Stump on a door looks like a really big stump. It's also just the NSMB style, but I can see why you would think that just from the colors blending in the way they do. Check this. Hard block over here is just there to complete the ceiling, I think. Yeah, just there to complete the ceiling. Look at this, it looks like a yellow thing with two arms. Like one of those Despicable Me minions or something. But yeah, hard block over here is also going to control the ceiling. Yep. Given that when you build it at the top of the screen, it is going to be this infinite boundary. Okay. Here we go. Oh, whoops. That was an accident. Oh, hang on. You're totally making that a minion in the next revision, yeah. Seems primed for that. Okay. Set off the bomb. Watch this. Oh, no, I wanted to grab the P-Switch. I managed to do it. I had something cheesy in mind for that. Okay, that's what that does. After dropping all the fire, we have to be careful. I'm sure that there's some kind of reward for getting through quickly and accurately if the P-switch is still active, but we're not going to see it. Oh, maybe there isn't. Okay, we need to drop this bomb out first, I think, and then once it is out of there, then we can hijack the claw. And the bomb is going to come down here. The bomb, of course, is able to just destroy all of these hard blocks. But if you swing all the way up in the claw, I think that's still fine. I'm wondering what I can use the bombs for now, in case there's something I can break. Let's get rid of aerial boom boom first. Yeah, bomb's going to be in this slot here for sure. Let's break that now, in fact. Might even be able to skip boom boom for all I know. Okay, it's going to be a bit of a run here. Nope. I have to throw much earlier. I'd even have to throw a couple times on my way. Nope. Hang on. And here we go. And yeah, you definitely want there to be different block behaviors when it comes to walls, just to, you know, have a little bit of variety, including puzzle variety sometimes along. Okay, that's not going to work. Interesting, because it looks like I need a bomb that's probably not activated yet at that stage, and I would want to... Oh, I think I know what to do with that. Maybe. Okay. Whoops. Down we go. And we can just skip the survival here just by coming up right away. Generous amount of time to get yourself into all kinds of trouble there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I was just unblocking the Kill Blaster on the other side. But, oh yeah, I guess maybe it was just a spike. Acorn, okay, interesting. Yeah, possibly that wasn't the bomb I wanted anyway, and that I should have been looking for a bomb at a different location. Oh, whoops. Bad timing there. Wasn't really paying attention. And here we go. Yeah, I wonder if that bomb could have done anything useful. But we'll have the P-switch. Technically, I think you can go through... Whoops. When the conveyor is frozen, technically I think you can actually run through. There's no reason to do that, of course. You just want to trap yourself for fun. But I check these things just in case, sometimes. Interesting that you would have the whole stack just kind of fall down like that. I mean, I know it's there because you want the stump to be set up accurately. The main issue with Divine, as is usually the issue with airship levels, is that you never want to build too low with airship levels, simply because the camera bob can completely throw off your visibility. Horizontally, it's not too tight if you, you know, bother to see where you're going, but you don't really have much room to see the Podoboos come up, and not much room to see where your own position on Divine is, like whether you are still on a valid block, for instance. Simply because the camera's up and down bobbing movement is something that you really do need to play around when it comes to making in an airship style. It's the most annoying thing about the airship style, especially with night airships, since there are some mechanics that are unique to Night Airship that you can't get otherwise. Hey, we actually managed to pick it up. Hey, 1 second here. Okay, nope, didn't think so. I was hoping to pop in. Anyway, got an infinite P-switch here. Yeah, you can see it's a little bit difficult to see. Nope. Not difficult to climb once you do see it, but really do need to rest yourself a bit. Okay, just gonna let myself get up this way. And naturally we'll be hunting around for secret stuff. Not gonna be anything up here, but we can get a height advantage on Boom Boom once we release him from the claw. Interesting on-off block over here. Oh, I see, that just kills the blaster, yeah. Don't know what that was doing, actually, but can't say I've thought about that very carefully just yet. Alright, Boom Boom, let's get you over here. Now, whenever I see something built this wide as a segment, I'm kind of worried about despawn range. Because let's say you get Boom Boom trapped in a claw, you come back here. Actually, no, because Boom Boom will just stay in a claw. Yeah. Okay, still thinking about how we could possibly get this segment then, because I feel like we would need definitely some way to get a bomb over there without it activating here. So for example, something like a spring that you drop into this location such that it bounces back up, although it would need to kind of run into that from left to right. So not quite sure what that's going to be. That's okay, we'll just pop into here and see what's going on with Spike that is being obstructed by the dry bones. Okay. Interesting. The other interesting thing, of course, is that we are coming in here with the off state. And if we restart from checkpoint, we're going to be back in the on state. And I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but that's something I'm mentally keeping track of. That's a potential difference between playing from start and playing from checkpoint. Let's grab the mushroom. Let's totally miss our chance at that platform there. Grab the claw. And... okay, not too bad. Okay, just going to scroll the camera up when it's safe. Obviously, we're going to check this. Get up top. Nope. Seems like I'd be more liable to get that if I'm short, actually. Because of the ceiling bump when Mario's big. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's reachable as Big Mario. Maybe with the spin, actually. Whoops, no, except a spin would kill my ability to get the next wall jump there. I think the P-block limit is fairly generous. I believe P-block just... whoops, oh, we actually did it that time. Hang on. Hang on just a second here. Oh, I did it at one time. Be very crisp about that wall jump. Yeah, maybe spin is okay, except it doesn't quite get me enough height. I mean, I know that you get a squirrel suit earlier in this level, and maybe the squirrel suit is the intention. I just want to see if this is possible. You run out of P blocks and on-off blocks and spikes before when using them to decorate. Yeah, I guess if you're really doing a ton of pixel art. No, we can go over. Go over to the left side. Tried to go right instead, and that was the wrong idea. Given the blockage of that pipe. Yeah. Okay, whoops. Okay, maybe that was a little bit foolhardy, but that's okay. We'll continue here, and we will now be in the on state. So we'll just keep track of that. Oops. Okay, that was a little bit too ambitious. Wasn't really watching where I would bump my head against a cannon. It's very well disguised. Yeah, interesting that there is some kind of spawn blocking if you come back here and... Oh yeah, you see the hard blocks that are underneath the blaster. And it seems like perhaps if you unblock the piranha plant. So, for example, if you have something like a power throw, then in this room, you would have something like a bomb that's going to fire from the blaster, and that would lower the tall blaster. And I think that's what that would be. Oh no, I see what the idea is now. You have to come back through here, so this is actually an exit door. When it eventually becomes an exit door, I think there's going to be some kind of interaction that will open up the gate and then let you through, and you come out the key door. So we're eventually going to loop back out the right side. I believe that's the idea. Okay, too ambitious. We'll get a 1-up up there. Obviously, we're not going to... Oh, I see. The 1-up is the reward for doing that whole sequence that we were playing around with on top. Okay, now I know. I'm not going to fool around with that too much. Unless we see anything more substantial than that. Like, say, a pipe entrance that would just be inaccessible. No, I think it's just a 1-up, actually. Feels like this was designed for Squirrel, where I look at it. It's possible to get up there myself, of course, but let's not play around with it too much. Also, let's follow the spike ball before it comes up to chase us. And we have a couple of miniature aircraft here, these little fighter craft that are manned by the Monty Moles. Or the Rocky Wrenches, rather. Whoops. Oh, one-way panels up top. I wonder what that's all about. Oh, okay. Probably just separation from some further segment. It is the Armada. Yes, that's right. You know, I think about the Space Armada stage in Star Fox, like the original Star Fox, quite often as a kind of game design that you don't really see anymore. Like, there's a lot that is captured by the Space Armada stage in terms of tone that has never really returned to the Star Fox series. The whole descent into the core. But as with many other N64 related things, I'm actually much more attached to the original Star Fox than I am to 64. But anyway, up we go. But yeah, the whole tone of Star Fox as a series has just kind of changed quite drastically since, I think. Is that? Yeah, no, that's going to be blocked off. Looking carefully to see if there's a gap. It's flyable, but it's not. Okay. Way to do that the fancy way. Yeah, it looks like there was an alternate route up there, actually, that will come down here. Join us. Well, yeah, Star Fox 64 is better for multiplayer because there actually is multiplayer. Yeah, okay, so on-off. So yeah, I guess that is just a sort of total merger of the on-off states. I'll check every block here just in case. I feel like I probably am allowed to just bump this side. And that's correct. Type and the block are going to obstruct me here. Ah, interesting. Probably is totally blocked up, but I do want to check. I'm going to leave one gap in case there's some kind of drop comes in there, but I doubt it. I think we're probably finished with the screen. Okay, this I remember from Ragnarok X's Yoshi egg protection level. If you don't know what I mean, there's a level that Ragnarok X made for YMM where you have to place springs precisely for this kind of interaction in order to rescue a Yoshi egg and keep it alive. That reminds me very strongly of that other level. Okay, we'll just camp out here, I guess. Oh, okay, that's going to follow me. I wonder what happens if you double tap that quickly. If you double tap the switch there before thing starts going in this lengthier traction. Nice little chase sequence here, though, getting you into a very confined boss room that almost looks like it's going to crush you. Yeah, very nice concept that lands into the final phase of the boss fight. And this phase is just, you know, normal Koopaling business, but the way you get there is interesting. So. Okay, he's gonna do his little Michael Jackson walk. Scuttling backwards everywhere. And yeah, it seems like I probably missed a lot of stuff, but yeah. Yeah, once again, I come here and, you know, the camera bomb just hides the pipe. I'm gonna check going back through the door. Okay, and because at that point Iggy has spawned all the way to the left, that is not an issue, but always worth checking that stuff. And we'll just have this course kind of cheer us on endlessly to tell us how worthy of applause we are. Yay! Yeah, it seems like the main thing they just sort of implemented with Iggy in this style was his movement set. His movement arc, rather. Definitely seem to have missed something up top. Once again, lots of multiple paths, and we only saw a few of them. Lots of branches that we completely missed, so... Thank you for Iggy's Hidden Armada Rising. That's certainly what it did. Yeah, really nice boss sequence for the end there. But yeah, mainly I know that you were kind of building on both the top screen and the bottom screen at once. There's something very Maker 1-like about this level, in fact, in terms of the way it's using a lot of contiguous space without really any use of scroll stopping. Just kind of having that large play area, interconnected zones. I don't know if you were very active in Maker 1 Mail 64, but this is a level that feels very much like the kind of thing that was built back then, obviously with the difference of the new elements like the P-blocks that have been introduced. I'll mark that as a win. And of course, you know, Koopalings. That's new too. Okay, I think we're out of subs in the queue, but I'm just going to check that. You posted 20 levels in Maker 1, okay. I may at some point do a Maker 1 retro stream when I get my Wii U back. It has been geographically separated from me in the last little while, and so unable to do any Maker 1 content here, but there are a lot of levels that I do want to go back and stream, since I didn't have a capture card back then when Maker 1 was active. Alberto Yotango, if you have kindly stayed all this time, please check in. I don't know if you have. I think it was someone new who might have abandoned us quickly. We just check the state of the list. Okay, Supernova is going to be next. We may, in fact, have time to take in some extra levels because depending on difficulty, we're doing this quickly enough that I might have an extra round, or we could just go back and grind out the kitty stage. Let's remove Alberto, first of all. Oh, I also totally forgot to set my stream title to say closed. That was part of the issue. I set the Warp World bot, but I think the stream title still implies that I'm taking levels, and I would shut that off, but no, we'll just mark closed. But for the people who are here when we finish the next 2 levels, if I have time, I will open for one last little dessert round. Anyway, let's see who's next. Supernova... No, Supernova's sleeping. Let's see who's next. Just kidding, we'll do Supernova first. WLK. HFY. 9BF. Okay, Bowser Jr.'s Hadron Collider. This is going to be hyperspeed platforming. And not surprisingly, for a momentum-based concept, Mang has the world record. Low for 1% on this, but many plays already, so... Yet another successful concept, Supernova, by the looks of it. But yeah, I did see you building a little bit of this on stream in the early stages of putting it together. GL. Okay, so that's gonna wind up. And here we go. I'm going to ride the revolver. Totally looks like a pistol that you pull out at dawn. That is not PG? No, it's not. That's okay, it's not like it's firing at anybody. We can always just report it after the fact. I do want to play it first, though. I think it's actually only missing the SDGML. I'm not sure if SDGML actually stands for anything particular, but I could just imagine it does. That it's... I don't know. Standard deviation of something. Okay, just need to read this as we go. Okay. I don't know. I just assume that it's something like Schubert doesn't give me love. I'll just imagine that's the solution until I come up with a better one. Yeah. And you've been bitter at the constraining influence of traditional Western European harmony ever since. POW? Whoops. SD Gloria Gloria L, okay. Schubert doesn't give me love is now what it stands for. Okay. Glad we managed to fix that up. Oops, there we go. Checkpoint. And yeah, unfortunately we couldn't just take damage to get into the goal there. We'll need to go around after we grab one up for Endless. Okay, this is going to be a slightly different Mega Pistol. This reminds me, for some reason, of a scene in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, where the character who is the Ugly is sampling all these pistols in a shop, and the shop owner just kind of gradually realizes that he's also being robbed. We're not doing anything quite so criminal here, of course, we're just jumping around. And you didn't know you were in a show. What kind of show? Okay, I just need to hold jump into a lot of these, actually. Full jumps are just going to do everything fine. On-off switch at the very end there. Interesting. Ah, multi-checkpoint setup. I should look at that checkpoint setup a little bit more carefully next time we get back there, but okay. This is going to be rather bent. I think No, I do need to jump that. I can't just get pushed over it. I'm just going to admire the checkpoint setup for a second. Oh, I see. We can see how everything is sort of initially seated here as well, where the swamp kind of gets in position when you spawn, and it just pushes everything, maybe? Yeah. There's this kind of push interaction where the cannons clip onto each other. You can see how they're initially mounted on top of the one-way panels, and I don't know how this creates the hyperspeed though, but I assume that it's just some kind of cyclical clown car momentum thing going on. I'll have to review the video and look at it carefully, or maybe just go back to the building stream that you did to put this together. Yeah, because I don't see how the initial bounce is functioning. I do see how the whole thing is being pieced together after the fact. Okay, I need to get back up into the top level for that, I think. And, oh yeah, no, I was just commenting on the pistol robbery scene in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, which is one of the great classics of spaghetti westerns. Probably the great classic with spaghetti westerns, although you really have your pick when it comes to films of Sergio Leone. Whoops. Okay. And down under the icicles, and then the coins are going to tell you to go up. Yeah, reasonably blind friendly, in fact, if you follow the coin trails. And also get up onto the correct level at the end, instead of just careening past that entire screen. So yeah, we don't need to jump that. We can just ride the appropriate height here and let everything else sort itself out. Tap the on-off switch and then jump to the left. Yeah, very interesting mechanism here. I'm still paying too much attention to it instead of the level. Because every time I'm spawning in, I'm watching the initial clown car positioning to see what's going on, and yeah. Instead of actually watching my own position. Okay, I see how the blaster's being loaded on it now, I think. Coming through here. Yeah, because you drop in at a height that is going to trigger the thwomp, and the thwomp's movement horizontally is going to clip onto the blaster, and so everything moves at thwomp speed. That's how it's going. And so it's just a stack that is entirely being propelled by the side swamp doing its thing when you spawn close enough to have it trigger. So conceptually, actually, very simple. Yeah, you can see the swamp's position relative to the bottom door, and it just gives you the whole clue to how this works. But yeah, very creative execution, I think, of just swamp stacking idea that there's a lot of swamp and cannon stacking tech all over the place. But actually making use of the standard swamp speed in a way that is still platforming friendly, I think is definitely original as well executed here. So okay, we're going to once again, this is going to be a sort of triple checkpoint here that I assume was just using something entity based, sort of like the sort of like anti-checkpoint, except using the interaction of freeing up the entity limit with the pink coin. I think, yeah, because there's just a single pink coin and one additional pink coin that is being held in reserve in order to make that work, because the pink coin is only there for entity control reasons. Yeah, I see that. Nice of that jump block to get out of the way just as we load in. Okay. Lower level, upper level. And then we will need to tap that. Is this under Groundhog? It certainly is. Oops. I mean, if your level is stealing from the level that's entitled Stealing from Document, then who are you truly stealing from? Okay. Down here. Like, does it follow the transitive property, or is it not that kind of operation? Okay. Push this. Up we go. Nope, that was a bad idea. Have to click the safety off this pistol. This is more like an SMG, actually. Not that I know anything about firearms, I just see them in video games. Oddly enough, I don't really even play that many video games that involve firearms in any fashion. Not necessarily out of a principle or anything, just apart from not really enjoying a lot of first-person shooters. But I think most of what I know about firearms I learned from Splatoon. Okay, it's going to be hitting the on-off switch, but I want to do that on the lower level before I get into the icicles. He's the Batman v Superman of stealing from Document. Yes, he is. Do fire flowers count as firearms? Good question. And I guess that's a sort of sub-question or a sub-problem of the conundrum of whether flowers count as arms. If flowers do count as arms, then I guess they do count as firearms, but if you some kind of plant-based monstrosity of an organism, I guess you have flowers for arms. Oh, okay. Jump over. Keep misreading that segment, but it is very clearly something to jump over. you shorten it to I am Nova, though, people might think that you're claiming to be an international master at the game of chess. Particularly on Twitch, in fact. Most of the users I can think of who have names beginning with either GM or IM are using those as their very hard-earned official chess titles. Which is something that's, you know, fairly regulated in terms of having to earn your way there. And like I was saying, Supernova, given your opinions about determinism and randomness when it comes to strategy games, you really should get into chess, because then you could, in fact, earn your way to the username I am Nova once you have the appropriate ELO rating. Oh, I should have actually gone up to the upper level and watched animation there. I'm not somebody who tends to complain too much about checkpoints. I can certainly see some players being very offended at only having 2 checkpoints for 3 pistols. I'm actually kind of impressed you managed to fit this in, considering how each of these looks very entity-heavy. But it's not really, I guess, when you come down to it, because most of what's going on at the level, you're compensating for the entity budget of the central setup by just using a lot of things like icicles, spikes that don't eat into that, and so outside of the platform that you're riding, there isn't really that much that's eating into budget. So I can see why it worked out into 3 setups. More that you're also dependent on having, of course, enough horizontal space to work with, but I think that's just being done here with building on top and bottom half and using a row of hard blocks as a scroll stop on the parallel axis, which allows you to build some additional zones. Because I'm looking at the bottom level on that screen and the top level on the checkpoint screen, and it's fairly clear to me that you just have that division going on so you can have enough open space to work with. So these segments can feel reasonably chunky in terms of travel time. Whoops. Am I going to get any bits emotes? In general, I need to hit more sub points in order to get more emotes, period. Because definitely I want to get even some basic stuff like the, you know, GG and raid emotes and so on coming in eventually. I just don't have enough simultaneous subs to do that at the moment. Having just recently gotten into streaming again. The other thing I found is that when you run at this time, I mean, I'm really glad that I have a nice, loyal audience at this time, and specifically one that sends me fantastic levels. But I find that you do kind of saturate your audience fairly quickly. Maybe. I mean, I know that Supernova stream is going pretty well, and that's partly because he runs viewer levels quite a lot more often than I do. At least partly. But definitely here I found that I had a lot of people kind of come back into the fold or newly join. But that I'm steadily kind of tapping out the potential audience for what I do with Mario Maker during this time slot, simply because this time slot has a lot of, well, dedicated people, but dedicated people in small numbers. Having a hub and a checkpoint splitter was a challenge. Can I guess where the one-ways are? I think the one-ways are probably just in the screen division, in fact, between the top and bottom. And also the one-way panels that are just controlling the initial setup. But I would guess that they're just buried under the hard block and spike. That's in the central division. That's where I would think of stuffing them anyway, if you needed to get up the limit. certainly the kind of level that I think makes you very grateful for entity limit being different from projectile limit when it comes to things like cannonballs. Oops. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, cramming the hub in a checkpoint splitter was a challenge. Yeah, I see what you mean. I actually still to date have not built an entity limit based level, and it's usually because most of the concepts I work with do require me to have some flexibility for entity spawns on the spot, such that I don't want to be blocking off object spawning things like blasters or blocks that, you know, give you additional enemies, etc. Because definitely committing to entity limit-based checkpoint systems does confine what you can do in terms of mechanics, but only some very specific mechanics. Right, whoops. One-ways are into second subworld. Yeah. Where they would, of course, have no effect on what's going on in the main world. But nobody needs to know that, of course. The one-ways are into scroll stop. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if you were confining yourself to 2 checkpoints, apart from the space usage, of course, of recycling one checkpoint here that is in this subworld, I feel like, you know, the better checkpoint placement is this one that's between segments 2 and 3. I think segments 1 and 2 could be strung together without too much pain. But the fact that you managed to get the 3rd checkpoint working, I think, makes the pacing more regular. I mean, I like it not because there are more checkpoints, but because the checkpoints are more consistently spaced. Okay, go to Nuke, Junior, and that's going to be it. So much for Junior's Collider. Decided to put an end to his funding, just as the United States has done with so many of its particle physics laboratories. I actually visited Fermilab a couple of years ago, and the one thing they don't tell you about the Fermilab grounds, where for the original Super Collider ring, like they've kind of redeveloped it as a bit of a park space in some ways, because the Super Collider itself has been decommissioned, at least the you know, circular Tevatron. And they actually keep a bison paddock there. Like they actually have a herd of bison that they breed on the grounds of Fermilab, where they still have the linear collider there, I think, but they no longer operate the circuit. Oh, look at this and more info. Yeah, you know what? We'll look at that in more info. Just one moment. And Mail64, thank you for the play of that old thing. Sure, let's go back to recently. Lights. And hyperspeed platforming. What's it going to say? I cannot zoom in because, okay, first clear by Natcat, world record by Mang. 4 multiplayer versus matches. Interesting. And yeah, Mail, I think I used Meowser in half my stuff. In fact, I think I've used Meowser in every single 3D World thing I've uploaded so far. But there's a lot about Meowser that people underrate, I think, in terms of learning to control what he's doing. I cannot zoom in, unfortunately, if there's something else I'm supposed to look at here. Because I am not using a controller that has the home button. Hopefully it got out of boot out of Versus. Oh, was it something that you... Was it something else you wanted me to see other than the fact that you have 4 multiplayer Versus? Yeah, I would have assumed that you did need to use all 10 screens horizontally just to have enough platforming space to play with when it comes to just building this thing. It did seem like you were very, very crammed for space. Because otherwise you just don't have enough room for the player to actually get into the concept, right? So. But yeah, just thinking about this for multiplayer versus, I think it's really kind of comical. SDGML, let's take a look. Have in store. Do we mark this as win? But thank you once again for all the GGs. Take a look at one more. And we'll see how we're doing afterwards. We may open up for a final round. Can I play your most recent that I haven't played? Okay. I don't think I've played very many of yours, actually, so... BLR 31MRMG. Propeller Go Burr, I played Escape Room 2, okay. Alright, okay, not an escape room in the cryptic sense like what we've been doing on the puzzle streams lately. But all basic mechanics, no obscure tech. We don't need to get out our pen and paper notepad or apply some of our anagramming skills, which is what I did with the last thing I played that was called an escape room. Shout out to Supernova. I don't think Supernova can hear you, he's asleep. Puzzle for beginners, okay, I see. Reach the goal while riding Yoshi. Okay. I mean, we'll have to kill the Muncher, probably with a POW, and then... Alright, scroll is only going to go over a few tiles, so nothing's going to despawn. Yeah, so we probably need a POW. POW activation is going to kill the POW, send Yoshi down, take Yoshi with us. This looks like a reset door, this looks like... What is this? Fine, that means that this will come back whenever we destroy it, if we destroy it. Also that we don't want to activate it because then we cannot go through the door. But yeah, you are going to build vertically here. Activation of the P-switch is going to get me through the top. Hard block. Bomb is going to be matched to the hard block. I think that's pretty obvious. Bomb can also be matched to the on-off. Or also be thrown up here so we can... No, it's not going to walk. We need to get the Goomba up top. Goomba will walk. Okay, so if we have an on-off interaction first, probably with the Bone Shell, then we... Oops. Yeah, Yoshi can also take the Spiny Hat, you'll notice. And it's the only way to take the Spiny Hat. What's going on with the flop positioning here? He's just going to stare at me very angrily. Okay, so Goomba's going to be first. Let's get out of here. Let's toss it up. I mean, it is for beginners, I guess, so I shouldn't be too offended at having the markers spell everything out for me. I don't know, though. If you know how to read a throwing marker, are you really a beginner? Oops. Because I think it takes a certain amount of experience with the metagame in the community to know about the throwing marker, and if you know that, you're definitely going to know that you can do an up throw. Everything is resettable through the reset door, of course. Main thing that the POW is going to kill is the Muncher. I'm going to keep the Bone Shell if I can. In case I need the Bone Shell for something. I don't know if I will. Yoshi is going to give me the Spiny Hat. Spiny Hat is going to be able to bust through here, as well as the hard block up top, and then do that circuit. So... you can't tell me what to do. I'm gonna do it this way. Oh, no, you need Yoshi, okay. You don't need Yoshi. Okay, look around here. Cloud. Interesting. Oh, you can send something through. Yeah, you can probably fire... shell. But only once you've taken out the thwomp. I feel like I should have actually thrown the POW at the thwomp. Let's reset. Oh no, we don't need to reset. We can just throw the POW. No, except it's on tracks. Never mind, we killed the bone shell. I mean, we can use SMB2, but I haven't seen the SMB2 mushroom. Oh, because it's Super Mario World. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Yoshi can, of course, just take the P-switch. Not too bad we lost a bone shell after all that special effort to keep it. Killing the bone shell will allow me to freeze the conveyor belt with the P-switch. If I freeze the conveyor belt with the P-switch, then what can I do? I can... you know what? Bone shell was able to get through there. I should have kept it because I'm able to go through in the invincible form. So let's reset and grab the bone shell. Drop this guy. Yeah. Yeah, just a lot of elements here that we need to engage with in sequence. Not a big deal. Grab the key, and we can just go through here. Feels like there was probably something I didn't engage with. Oh, because we need to ride Yoshi, yeah. But we can punch through this first. And, oh, interesting. If we carry the POW through here, do that. Okay, so we'll grab Yoshi plus POW, and then that will be kind of nice. So we'll pop this. No particular reason. Eventually step on a P-switch. Might as well step on the POW now that the hard block is dead. Let me see what we'll do here, okay. Grab an additional POW, probably. Put a muncher in the next room. Oh, we needed to grab the P-switch, okay. But then after we grab the P-switch, we need to reset through here because we otherwise will not be able to get into the door, so... Now at the P. I'm gonna grab the POW, step on the P, whoops. Then we'll go through the door. Can a hard block be dead if it isn't sentient to begin with? Yeah. I mean... I don't see why not. I don't think you need to be a theoretically living object in order to be dead. Because we talk about non-living objects in those terms all the time, don't we? Maybe. Okay, we escaped. And... yeah, we have time to reopen for maybe one round, but I would prefer it if they are levels that are not going to be too involved. Just because, you know, if we have multiple people who want to get back into the bonus queue, we can get through a bunch of them at once. So let me just reopen quickly for the people who are present. I'll give you a minute to get things in. And like I said, we will not be doing anything too crazy. But, oh yes, sorry SD, I didn't clear it from the queue properly. And yeah, SD will just bump you up to... Well, actually, no, Nukakaza, I see you in chat first, so we'll do yours first. Okay, so because this is the bonus queue, I do not guarantee that I will get through everything. Under Yogurt Hose, or Mang, thank you for submitting Supernova's all-time favorite. I am going to close up at this point. As soon as I punch in the first code, but I'll make sure I put SD in second because that was my mistake when it comes to that level not ending up in second place. Okay, just bump everything up and thank you for your patience, Dora Lirametti, as well. I know that you could not make it into the standard queue. As I said, because this is the bonus queue, I don't know if I can get through everything, but we'll try to things somewhat efficiently here, and let me see if I can make sure that the list looks correct from here. Yes, it does. Let's close back up. Okay, going to be the POW code once again. That Firebar shirt, by the way. I'm one of the few streamers to do that. I rarely manage to do it because usually it really stretches my time to get to the end of the queue, but that's why I kind of close relatively early, partly because I know that I don't keep a time limit, and so I don't want to leave too many people disappointed. But now that it is the bonus queue, I do prepare to disappoint all of you. Little pea balloon walks the dog. Interesting. Hey, let's take a look at this one. Clear the path and walk the dog. Don't let him out of your sight. I don't know if it's going to be a chomp dog or some other kind of creature, but looking at the title image, may just be a little Goombud. Who knows? Oh, you mean in terms of adjusting the position? Well, I mean, Supernova, that was clearly, you know, an issue on my side, so. Okay, so this is the dog, apparently. We know because it says dog. And it's going to come up here, and then we bump it with the pea balloon, and that's how we get the key. So, that's going to be the concept of this level. You kick the dog, and then you get the key. And, okay, on-off reset in this zone here. Like the dog is just sort of in its little cage. Or kennel, I guess. And it really wants to go for a walk, so we'll bump some of the POWs just to let it through. Oh, that's sort of interesting. Look at the one-way panel setup here and look at how it's walking back and forth. I wonder then, because when you bump the POW, doesn't that... Oh. It does not kill the dog. So what is going on here with the one-way panels? Is it just, Let me see. This is kind of curious that it would walk back and forth like this. I didn't know... Oh, because it's night theme. Okay, I didn't know this night theme Goombud interaction, actually, because I don't really tend to see the Goombud used very often. Really interesting that the Goombud is just not vulnerable to the POW because of this. Okay, no, I can't just bump it like that. I needed to bump down here. Yeah, look at this thing. Very interesting. And so you need to walk it down here, yes, by bumping out all of the POWs. Okay, we're not going to do it that way, obviously. We're going to scout ahead. Obviously, there are a bunch of depth zones from the ice. I want to see what's going on. It's going to be pea balloon all the way, obviously, just to activate some of the switches. The number 7 here, by the looks of it, or just a corner. And eventually we get the key. And this is telling you need the pea balloon, maybe? Or that you can't use the pea balloon. I don't know. I think it's telling me I do need to. Anyway, let's take to death. Yeah, I don't think I'd actually seen that interaction with the Goombud before either. Because, yeah, it's stopping at this location after it gets bounced initially by the spring. And it's just retaining its momentum. Yeah, it is a glitch, I guess. I didn't know that, because I guess it's entirely from preserving that spring momentum that it's able to do it. And... very strange. No, I definitely won't report this. Hopefully it doesn't get so popular to the point that somebody does, because this is a neat concept. So you'll have to tell me about how this managed to be triggered then, if it's just from the initial spring, or if there's something else involved in a theme that makes this possible. I think I just need to bump this so it can walk all the way down and drift down the slope. Okay, so that's what happens with slopes. And we just need to clear the passage. And then cross. Okay. Down we go. And then that's going to bounce around. Send it down the slope. And send it down the next slope. Once I'm able to face the correct direction. Okay, we need to not have it die to the swamp. Because kicking the dog is okay, thwomping the dog is maybe not okay and could get you in trouble with the Humane Society. Probably just go directly under when we have the opportunity. Do we? Oh, we need it to be pushed by the thwomp. Okay, I didn't see the one-way panel underneath the thwomp. Yeah, that's going to be next part of the escort. A very gentle escort so far. We need to hit the POWs from underneath. Seems fairly clear. Yeah, really interesting. Okay, let's not kill it by bumping the on-off switches at the wrong time. Whoop. That was a close thing. But I guess the one-way panels do indicate where its landing location is going to be. I might as well just bump this one multiple times, as long as we don't, once again, kill it. Okay. Going to come up, and then we kick the dog. Kick the dog. There we go. Then that's the key. Okay, now we see if we can understand. Come on here. Oh, no, we just need to not die. It's kind of important. Alright, we'll just redo it. I do want to see if I can grab all of the 30 coins, but maybe my P-Balloon control is not yet at a level where that is very doable. Oh wait, no, I started over. Okay, that's fine, we'll just go for a speed record or something. I think it's just a tutorial zone here anyway, so... yeah. Not that I'm going to get any kind of speed record on this. No expectation that would happen. I can get a reasonable clear time. You know, compared to people who actually know how to play with the P-Balloon, no time I put on a level like this will ever be that great. Okay, so let him cross over. Okay. And, yeah. Whoops. No, we'll just take the down. Imagine dying in a rewards room. Yeah, we do that all the time. I mean, you know, when you look at a room like that, you know exactly what the risk is going to be. It's really your choice to try that for yourself, and of course, I often do. I believe in doing optional content in this game. I feel like people don't do it nearly enough, so... And considering the amount of effort a lot of makers put into optional content, I think it deserves attention. Yeah, because too much of the game's incentive structures are all about clear. And I think that is sometimes to the detriment of how people engage with certain forms of level design that we are conditioned to expect from officially developed video games. Okay, let's take this down. Yeah, the nicest thing about this concept is just how it takes advantage of this glitchy behavior to completely save Goombud from any kind of power detonation. Because normally you wouldn't really see an escort like this as possible simply because of POW killing everything. You would have to use something else like the turn blocks or just breaking bricks in general, I guess, to get anything through. Yeah, I guess without that safety from the POW, usually with escorts you would be using the yellow turn blocks or Super Mario World bricks instead. And Electro Dude, yeah, you seem to have stepped into something interesting here. My second time seeing this segment because we had already, whoops, died in a rewards room once. Alright, let's get down here. What's it doing? Oh, it's just, you know, having a nice morning walk. I guess it's an evening walk if you take advantage of, or take consideration of the fact that it's night theme. Okay, let's not do that. Starting to get a little impatient, to my detriment. Well, even if Nintendo does take this down, I'm glad to have seen this concept. I will certainly not be one to report it. And I hope nobody does. Because they would have to be very mean-spirited. Of course, often it's just, you know, some auto-detection on Nintendo's end when they scrape for this sort of thing. I didn't actually see this glitch on his Twitter, so I would not know that. I've not been keeping up with it recently. I never actually consume our friend General BB's content on Twitter anyway. I tend to see it through his own stream. Or through his tech Discord. Who are the people reporting levels? I mean, occasionally if they are reporting it, maybe people who are just bitter at not being able to clear them, but sometimes I think it is just some auto-detection going on. But yeah, that's why it's important to record this stuff wherever you can, just for preservation purposes. And let's see. Yeah, I know that in the closing days of Mario Maker 1 last month, some people were trying to re-upload their glitch levels at the last minute to see if they could sneak those in without any kind of enforcement, now that uploads have been disabled. And I wish them the best of luck. Because I do eventually want to play some of those as well. Some of the, not necessarily because of the glitches, but because they are reputed to be interesting levels that just happen to use glitches. I never account for that slow burning speed on a P-Balloon. Okay. No, I really need to get back to clearing this. You should have put a coin under that first POW in a cloud. Each player they should hit from under. No, I think they should figure it out themselves. I mean, I guess I wasn't necessarily doing that, but... Yeah, I guess that's much safer, but... Whoa, okay. Getting bumped all over the place. Yeah, I guess if you've seen this in testing, that... Yeah, consideration. I mean, this level has been up for a while, though, now. Right? Okay, no, we should heed the discussion we just had and hit that from below. But... Here I am just thinking, haha, P-Balloon, I can hit things from the side. I am in fact conditioned to hit things from the side right at the beginning of this section. It seems that going for that strategy everywhere is maybe not the smartest idea. Whoops. That was also not clever. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll look at something like this and I'll be thinking, let's hit the POW by any means necessary, usually just by the shortest available path. Not necessarily the safest one. Okay, let's go for the next cycle. And let's do this. Okay, let's just walk. Okay, let's get out. Once again, I guess let's follow the designer suggested method for clouds. Push here, there we go. Get all this from below with that coin. And, yeah, very nice little one-way panels, of course, just to keep everything under control. Okay, down we go. And let's not kill it. Okay. And we'll kick that in. See, that wasn't so hard. And yeah, Electritude, we have been observing that a few times, the presence of the POW inside the Maker ID. Okay, we will go through this... whoops, my mistake. And... all these Z markers here. Don't know what that's all about. Yeah, wasn't really intending to go through that, but I guess that's how things ended up. Anyway, Little P-Balloon walks a dog. Maybe I should have been reluctant to like that too much, given that if it becomes noticed, may run into some trouble. However, it has been up since January with no enforcement. And yeah, it actually reminds me, in fact, talking about long-term content support, that I believe the last Ninja, and therefore the last piece of content direct from Nintendo for this game, should be out next week, if I recall. I'd totally forgotten about that. I don't tend to stream the Ninjas, I tend to just poke away at them privately, but maybe I'll make an exception for the last one, who knows. I have too many streaming plans, though, and I'd rather prioritize things that we will not necessarily see elsewhere. So the dog slows down when it hits the other slope direction, then it turns upside down as if it was hit. Okay. Yeah, I guess the dog is supposedly sleeping at the end. It's taking a few lessons from Supernova. And yeah, I know I got the Shockwave in a Death Rim earlier. I noticed that, and it looked very fancy, but also not very helpful. And we will go down SDGML's list. CVLR 31M RG. How to Yoshi Stole Christmas. Ah, it is a Christmas level, uploaded a few days before Christmas. Back when Yoshi stole all the presents. Sure to return them after the music. Okay, let's see. I'm expecting it to be You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch, or something like that. Music speedrun. Fairly brisk record on this one as well, so... see what that's all about. Reach the goal while riding Yoshi. Oh, no, we should have watched the timer. I was too busy staring at the thing there. I see. Okay, we steal the presents. Then we go up. Hopefully a generous timer. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm going to consume the flower... oh, I see. Sorry, the piranha plant. And I only noticed belatedly that it was not a fire piranha, hence why spitting not give me fire. I'm going way too slowly, but we're of course appropriately punished for that. Looks like I should maybe take the POW with me to the next section. Love the Christmas decorations at the beginning, by the way, with all the power-ups acting as ornaments, as well as a star acting as a star. Okay. Okay, going to lose a bit of time there, but Yoshi is thankfully going to dash ahead, and this should be a blown attempt when it comes to the timer, but we'll just head and see what else lies ahead of us. Interesting that you can take the time to grab that 30 coin if you want, so the timer should not be that strict. And through we go with some amount of time remaining. I mean, technically I could fire the POW and just kill the instruments, right? Oh, it totally is the Carol of the Bells. Okay. And I'm just going to run out of time. 5 pink coins in this that we haven't seen at all, so... yeah, we don't treat musical instruments that way. That would be mean. Although I kind of wonder if you just break the music. I mean, what else are we using the POW for anyway? Don't see what the POW is for yet, although maybe we do need to keep it going into the last segment. Whoops. Kind of want to try it though, just to see what happens. Because that's just how I play. Whoops. Anyway, just going to snatch all of these gifts from carefully wrapped gift boxes. Love the wrapping, by the way. You can see that you have blocks that are being used as decorative ribbons. You'll lose a bit too much time there. I think these boxes are maybe a little bit deceptive to begin with, that you have all this packaging, and the gifts themselves are just, you know, these tiny one-tile things that are sure to disappoint all the children who were hoping to have a Nintendo Switch instead. Okay. Down we go. The instruments would have done their job before he killed them. Let's watch this. Yeah, they would have done their job already, that's true. Now let's see what we actually needed a POW block for, because I'm sure it's something. I love how it's actually on the beat, by the way. That the jumps are in time. Ah, yeah, there we go. Goodbye, Cruel World. Timed out anyway? Okay. Yeah, if my sound on the stream is still having synchronization issues, we won't necessarily pick this up, but the jumps in that music section are on the beat 1 of every bar. Whoops. So it's kind of satisfying to play that as a bit of a rhythm game, even though you are only really doing it by bar. Okay. Looks like time is probably going to be an issue once again. Down we go. I mean, I guess you're kind of presuming that the player understands that they're supposed to keep the POW. It is, of course, very heavily implied. Yeah, just tapping on the beat. And that works just fine. Okay. And unfortunately, Yoshi has committed too many Christmas atrocities to be truly forgiven by reaching the goal gate. Yoshi is one of those people that can sing songs with their mouth closed, yeah. I think that actually is officially established in the lore, given all the humming that the Yoshis do in many of the games in the Yoshi series itself. I guess you're humming with your mouth full. Okay, through we go. And then we have 4 seconds left to develop a sense of morality. And then we're going to only pluck a couple of the ornaments from this tree. But you can see on the left side of the screen that the gifts have been turned to their packaging. Now, we are way off the record time. Way off the record time. Somebody must have... well, either just done things much more precisely across the entire level, or shortcut something that we hadn't even thought about. You have Ripscan's address that you can visit for your patches. Oh, I see. For I just sort of thought you were talking about instrument patches, but I'm not actually certain that is the case. Nova wasn't able to steal the record either. Well, we stole a lot of gifts along the way, so perhaps that makes up for it, at least morally. Okay, Supernova is going to send us back to GDQ. And you're clear checking. Well, that's okay. I don't know if you have a particular suggestion. I know Midnight Mitters is one of the harder ones. We might go for something easier just for the sake of getting the bonus queue done quickly. Clear condition level without the clear condition. Team Donut. Yeah, let's do this one. And the world record is about 4 minutes, so it might be something that's a bit longer, but that's okay. If you're done within 1 minute, then you will be able to see some of this, probably, given the world record. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be some kind of collection detector. So we're going to have a requirement to grab a certain number of coins, I guess. They're not going to be pink coins because we don't see that indicated. Going to check up here, obviously. Let's see what's this. One up. Okay, down the pipe we go, and what is this? On-off switches. Checkpoint on the other side. P is just going to get me through the P door, I guess. Don't know what this is going to be initially seating here, but we'll find out in just a moment. Oh, whoops. Warp block. Get 5 points. Then come back. Interesting. Yeah, I would imagine that when you grab the coins themselves, then you just get within activation range or something, perhaps. Let me see. So potentially this is some kind of interaction, I don't know. I'm going to skip the coins for just a moment. I know I'm supposed to collect them, but I just want to skip ahead for a moment and see what happens if I just don't follow instructions. Well, it looks like it's a bit of a non-linear coin collection thing anyway, okay. Whoops. That's not how to do it. Okay. Yeah, and then it's going to set the initial state to off even when you do respawn from checkpoint. I wonder about this thing. Looks like there's going to be some kind of on-off toggle. Sure. That maybe, yeah, that's the collection detector perhaps. Watch this, it's probably going to toggle a switch. Or not. No, I think once you collect a certain amount, it does, but don't see the tech behind us just yet. Alright, sure, let's just collect. And see what's going on. I do see a coin up to the top left. And let's see what we can do. Oh, interesting. So something was spawning in such a way that sits on top of that block, probably a thwomp. Yeah, it's a thwomp. And you can jump on this as you go. Not going to do that just yet. Going to check the left side instead. This should be a hard collision. Yep, thought so. And if you send this guy down, then he's going to fire. And ignite bomb and kill everything. Now, okay, so this prevents me from going down. Okay, so Donut Block takes priority over Mushroom Platform. That's important to know. Interesting. I think a lot of this stuff is going to activate. We are eventually back somehow. Oh no, except maybe that's the detector mechanism in some way. I don't know yet because I don't know what we are going to see. Let's get a better jump off there. No, let's check the water first, actually. Haven't done so yet. Nope, bad idea. Okay. Cannon spawn behind the coins, possibly. If you have something P-switch based as well. Let's... I'll have to think about that because... I mean, in the editor, coins don't really block very much. Oh, whoops. Let me just rethink this. Yeah, Because eventually you hit the P-switch, you go through here with the on-state... Oh, we have to do this again to pop back out. Okay, let's do this again. S question mark. Oh, 5 question mark, I see, okay. Because if we wait out the timer, we go through here and then what happens? Holy... I see, okay, so you have 2 different exits. Oops. Didn't mean to go back here. Curious. And I wonder what the hammer is for. It's just there for the sake of having a power-up do its job. Okay. Let's do this somewhat more accurately. And head on down. Okay. Oh, you wanted to send me the thing that you were clear checking. Okay, I didn't understand that. I thought you were just busy with a clear check. I completely misunderstood you. I mean, we can exit if you want, but if it's something quick that I can swap to. Because we would rather see the playtest of the thing you just uploaded, then we can do that. I'm wondering about this concept, though. Okay, down we go. And, you know, I'll be back tomorrow as well. I don't know if you'll be able to show up for that, because I know you have to balance this against your own streaming schedule. But yeah, recently I think doing this as the viewer level schedule has been pretty good, apart from people just not being able to make it. Ouch. Okay, back here. Now let's avoid this hazard. Dying to this guy would be rather cheap. Oops. Oh, you wanted to see a tutorial, wasn't it good? Okay, I see. For whatever concept you're working on next. Yeah, no, I just completely misunderstood what you meant by saying that you were still on the clear check. Whoa. Here we go. Rather dangerous off-screen play there. Now, of course, I have no idea what I've collected so far and what I haven't. I've just been losing that. We have 4 coins so far. Yeah, no, we have 4 coins. I know that now because the top left tells me that. Where you usually find out about what kind of coins you've collected. What I don't know is what I'm missing. Probably something up the top. Oh, icicle. Okay. Wonder which one I missed then. Let's go back through here. Did we actually grab the coin that was associated with this location? Maybe I didn't. Yes, I did. Okay. We only have 4. Did I actually come up here? Probably not. Let's do this then. Nope. Yeah. Probably do want to top of the tree. Yep, that's where it is. Nope. Okay, let's just time this out a little more accurately. There we go. Luckily, it will stay on the same horizontal axis now. Let's not die as we get back into the gate mechanism. And let's see how this works. 5? I guess we'll find out. Ah, interesting. Interesting. That's not what I expected. I'll have to look at that. Somehow. Okay, that's gonna push you. Nice little bully interaction there, actually. In terms of ejecting you into this pipe. Oh, checkpoint, okay. But I thought we did everything. We hit 5 coins. Oh no, there's gonna be one thing here. Oh, this is a new segment entirely after the checkpoint, okay. Well, let's do it again. We'll probably need a hammer or something to get this. Drop this thing. Oh, no. I wasn't expecting to stay on it. I just wanted to get out, but it seemed like a few things here probably open up to the hammer. Drop this. And what does that do? Oh, we need to ride it out by going around the skip squeak. That takes me through the pipe. Okay. I know. Nope. Missed. Missed and missed and missed. Let's go back. Try this a few times until it sticks. It's like with the bones here, we just need to clear out the way. But we'll try that in a bit. Okay. That's a yay. Probably going to respawn. Okay. Looks like we'll probably need to jump on top of him to get on top of the upper platform. That's correct. 2 down. Yeah, you'll definitely have to tell me about this mechanism afterwards, because I haven't, whoops, really figured that out yet. Okay, over there, I'm going to push the thwomp using the exclamation block, and then the thwomp is going to give me the single donut block that falls. Okay, here we are. Move this guy over, and soon we just head up and trace all of our steps so far. Okay, interesting. Ah, yes, because that's just telling you where you need to jump on the donut block in order to get across. Until then, we get up here. Probably die to the plant. No. Okay. Alright, we'll catch the next one. That set of markers were telling me to go down and then up, but you can't tell me what to do. Okay. Oh, interesting. Do we have a pipe here that gives you nothing? Series of pipes that we need to go through eventually, but we would need something to deal with the piranha plant first. Probably just a push with this block here. Then, yeah, we need to land on this guy, have him drop in such a way that it's going to push as well. And it's okay so far. It's going to be number 4, followed by number 5 in the top left, if I'm not mistaken. I would be dropping this on the right. Very easy to forget when you go back to 3D World itself. That's You can't just stall on donut blocks by jumping on them in that game. They do admit to falling. Okay, that's it. And let's see about coin detector. Okay. Here we go. Let's not die to this stuff. That's a very bad time to do it. I can see why the clear times on this are so long, though. Simply because it is very exploration based. We have 5? Yes, we do. Yeah, so it is not based on piece which expiry, is based on thing deciding to fire. Would have needed to compare that to how it looks when you get through there without the benefits. 5 coins. Aha. And that's going to hit the on-off switch, and then that opens up. And then we're going to explore because we can. King Donut. Nice. There we go. Or tower defense, if that's what you prefer. Certainly is what I usually prefer. Okay, so you were saying something about your tutorial zone. You might have taken that down, I guess, if you were just doing a test. Oh, Mount Skellest, okay. Yeah, let me take a look at... Clear check time 1 second. Let's take a very quick look. Not going to commit to it necessarily, but if you were just doing a quick tutorial check. And then we will be getting on with the rest of the queue after that. Oh, dev exit. Yeah, of course. Okay, so off switch. Then... Looks like we dive here with a giant marker. And then we cancel. Okay, it's a dive cancel, yeah. I know it because near the very beginning of Maker 2, I actually saw some really good dive cancel tutorial stages that makes it really unfortunate, actually, that a lot of the best stuff involving the cat is just stuff that is a technique many players wouldn't necessarily know, or which are very difficult to explain and presume in a small space. I mean, I tend to have a lot of trouble with cat stages, as we know from the Meng level earlier today. But I definitely saw some really good dive cancel stages early in the game. Okay. Okay. Oh, whoops. Nope. Just want to see if the tutorial works. Okay. So, yeah, I'm probably not the best to test the tutorial against, simply because I did, in fact, know the dive cancel already. But if that's what you were checking, you know, you have nice chunky indicators in case there's any confusion. So yeah, if all you want to look at was a tutorial, then I'm not going to give this the full test right now, and we can just exit for now. Take a look at... Unless tutorial was more than that section that we've seen so far. I do see the Madeline cover art, of course. That's okay. We'll get into the queue then, since we are already well over our original ended time. Did I mark this as a win already? Let me get to the next submission. Earlier, Mehdi, thank you so much for your patience. If you are still here, please check in if you are still here, and then we will see about that thing that sounded like some kind of Carl troll that you decided to send along. And good luck. Okay, yeah, we'll punch that in. If it is a troll, unfortunately, I don't think I can stay long enough to really do a full playthrough. But it's very frequent on this stream that we'll do trolls in multiple segments anyway. Not found. Let's check that, please. Oh, C7G. Okay, yeah. I misread that. Going on a Magic Carl journey. Roll. Very new upload. Going on a journey and getting nothing. PDEF equals CP3. PS only one fish. And okay, let's see what this is. Okay. Anything happens when we stand still? No, not yet. Been a while since I played one of these, now that I look at it. Looks like you're meant to think that the icicle is supposed to go down to the on-off switch while the state is still on. We should, of course, check what this stuff is. Okay. The implication is that you need a mushroom. The implication, of course, is that this is also a depth slot or a room slot. Jump towards the mushroom, then yeah, it falls as expected. And then that's probably going to be it for this attempt. Let me just check what other things we can interact with here before I proceed. Okay, so I don't think we can necessarily catch the mushroom, at least not at that distance, so we need to think about what else we can interact with in order to, you know, have the first interaction of this level. Hello, Merlin, welcome. Yeah, Merlin, we are already doing the bonus queue. In that I had cleared the queue once and then I did a brief reopening. So I won't be on very long, but thank you for dropping by anyway. I hope you're fine on your side of things. Okay. Yeah, that's going to hit the mushroom every time, but let me see just what else is interactable. I wonder if... I mean, we don't have that many choices in terms of interacting with things. I can try to go to the left upon spawn. That will get within icicle range, but it will also trap me to the left of the springs. Nope. Not gonna work that way. Alright. Let's see what else there is here. I wonder if this is at all timing dependent, just given... No, I don't think it should be. Mushroom's just gonna be trapped there. Don't think going for it with speed is really the right answer. Need to think about some other interaction here that we can do in order to have this work out the way we want. Because it feels like there's a very strong implication you do need mushroom to get through here and do anything, really. And then that's just going to spring out right away. And... okay, so it is going to be something that's execution-oriented. Okay, just checking. Right, because when you run across the one-tile gap, that should do the pickup. Yeah. Okay, that should have been clear. I think I... just wasn't really thinking about that. Yeah, there we go. And let's see what this does. And yep, that prevents you from going further. What I can do is just jump straight into the icicle and take damage, but then... let me think about that, because... if I take damage from the icicle... let's see if I recall whether that's going to be an interception. Not. Let's jump right through this guy, it breaks the icicle. Then... have arrow pointing to the on-off switch up top, okay. We go. Now, let's see what's going on over here. And nothing in that pipe. Interesting. Something about no fire. And the level is also saying hi to me, which is very polite. So drop this thing. Think about this. What's going on with the on-off switch here? So you cannot in fact enter that. So where? The fact that you have that's a rectangle, sorry, that's a square that is right by the icicle, tells me that I should not be going up above the one-way panel. I should be going back on top of the icicle, perhaps. Or maybe just stand in that location generally. Think about this. Okay. Tap this. Go through here. Okay, and that's just gonna block me off. Right, because I actually do want the second drop. I want the second drop in the icicle, then I jump up. Let's do it. Like I said, it's been quite a while since I've really played one of these, so... yeah. Back into the appropriate pattern of thinking. Yeah, just gonna go through here. Then we get the second drop, then jump through. Here we go. And then... fire, yep. Whoops. Yeah. Tap, run, tap. This is pretty straightforward. We await respawn. Nope, once again, let's stand back. You just need to learn these one trap at a time very often. Whoops. We'll see. Like I said, I don't expect to get through the whole thing in this sitting because I do have to go fairly soon. Let's see how much we can progress through. Okay. Claw drop, probably. Above a scroll stop. On that axis. Yeah, definitely looking at the hard blocks that are on the right side here and thinking that that looks very suspiciously like a potential bomb spot. Okay. That's going to drop down towards the lower claw. Possibly that's important. Whoops. Oh, Mang, you're not able to stay for level creme? Okay. Well, thank you for staying for so long today, Mang. Regardless, and definitely. I have nightmares about Kitty Nightmare some other time. Okay. And here. And here. That's caught by the claw. Actually, both of them are caught by claws, so you don't need to worry about them coming back up. Obviously, we're going to stand here. Curious. Wonder if there's going to be some kind of backtracking involved then. I mean, on one hand, you get a very suspicious looking checkpoint. Let me go around the checkpoint. It is going to be a 2x2. I think we are going to hit it. Nope, we can go around. Okay. Because I feel like reappearing from checkpoint might do something different. Just because, first of all, the camera position. Secondly, with a lot of these other elements being reset to their points of origin. I think you definitely have pipes later on that spit you back towards this checkpoint and cycle you around. But the fact that it is skippable, I think, is actually interesting. Although we're coming in here with the on-off already in the on state, so... yeah, that's going to crush me, and then that's going to drop me down this segment. You're going to spare me for today? Well, thank you, Meng, either way. And yeah, Merlin, no worries about missing out on much of the stream. It's good to have you just say hello anyway and enjoy your lunch. Hey, it looks like a repeatable point segment somehow. Fast. Okay. Right, I see. Why would you want to go fast? Because then you can actually stomp on this thing. Then, yep, that's balanced. Okay. See what that's all about. So yeah, I guess this will be the last thing we play today. Also, we'll hopefully see a bit more of it. Oh, we need to go a lot faster. Interesting, this guy here. There's a bit of an implication that if I pick up the spring, then I can throw the spring over here and possibly trade in for a snowball or something. But I will just take damage. Because, for instance, if I'm carrying an object with me going over to the seesaw, I may be able to weigh my way down. Yeah. A couple of things are very execution-oriented for a troll, I think, but whoops. Okay, we went a little too fast. I do want to grab the spring for sure. That's the main thing that's going to be different. Just let everything drop. Go nice and fast. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Didn't think so. I think there would be a collision, but these things are always worth trying, especially in troll levels, just in case there is some kind of unexpected trigger. But of course, in that case, I don't see what that trigger would be. Anyway, we're gonna weigh that down. Come through here. I don't trust this. I don't trust this at all. I'm gonna go on the right side. Maybe that's overthinking it slightly. Okay. Let's go around here. Yeah, it's sort of interesting, this over here. That red block, very suspicious. Maybe it's just there to look like a bit of a makeshift snowman that's smiling at you. You never know. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is not going to give me what I need, but... yeah, you see it's just short. So I was correct that you do want it on a right side slot. And of course, when you are just short, like that, you can't actually get over. So, we'll just need to execute this a little better and not hit the spikes along the way. Okay. Interesting arrangement of one-way panels over there, which may or may not mean anything. Anyway, it's going to point down. A mole down here. How to deal with this guy? Say no. Leave him alive in case there's something entity space related. Don't kill? Yeah, we didn't. And we'll see what happens when I bump the bomb, I guess. Whoops. Very easy to just bump into spikes for no reason. Okay. Now let's see here. We're just going to go through here. Raise the seesaw. And up we go. Okay, same sort of idea. We don't kill the mole. Around here, don't kill. Now, what went wrong last time? Oh yeah, we just jumped into the spike. That's what happened. Okay, that looks awfully suspicious, but I guess we'll be back here eventually in the off state. And that's something I should keep in mind, that I want to eventually enter the entire CP2 section in the off state probably, so you don't get perhaps crushed at the beginning of it. Very suspicious the placement of that spike. I guess it's just for people who overshoot. Okay. Given that we've looped around here, I wonder if anything important has changed. And I guess we did have an additional coin collection, so it's just going to loop back because of the multi-checkpoint? No, maybe not. Yeah, it's going to be the same thing here. Okay. Let's see what I may have missed. Yeah, I haven't thought about the one-way panels here yet. Maybe that's important. Okay, yeah. Interaction is not available to me yet. Don't kill. I mean, at this point... Yeah, I thought this was blown open in a previous attempt, but... I guess that does get destroyed, and possibly that spawn blocks something. Come back here. We'll see what's going on. Ah, yeah, okay. You know what? We can probably go back. Tap the on-off switch and then just backtrack. For no particular reason. Maybe I should have tried to hit that checkpoint just to see what happens, but... no, let's not start over. Let's just take the death. Okay, down we go. Yeah, definitely looking at this setup over here. Bombs dropping everywhere, and... No, that's just part of the checkpoint mechanism. Okay, definitely thinking about that clear rate from start as well. That, yeah, the world record, that's somewhere in the 40-ish second mark. The only clear so far. Yeah, with all the one-way panels here, I guess it is perhaps something entity-related and be blocked. Then the question is, do I need to loop back here after I destroy the block bomb? I think I probably do, given that it's not something that contains a vine, for instance. So yeah, let's do this once more. The block should stay destroyed, we just need to do the whole loop. Probably, and just go back there and see. I do want to see it. We'll just go back there and retrace our steps. Ah, no, I see. Because it's instant death, so... It's not going to be that. We do need to just retrace our steps upwards then, by the looks of it. Okay. Forward we go. And let's see here. Drop this guy. Here we go. All out here. Right, so let's destroy bomb, but then let's backtrack in the first section. Backtracking in the first section will give me what? Still haven't touched that checkpoint. Nope, I keep forgetting about that. A lot of trolling structures are very often just memory games. I have to keep track of a number of variables that hadn't been relevant in some time. Let's see how far we get. Okay. We'll hopefully get through at least one more segment going back to the checkpoint setup. I don't know if I'll continue after that until a separate stream. But we'll take a look at that much at minimum, I hope. It does depend on how quickly certain pieces come together. Such as not getting whacked by fire. Whacked by fire. Here we go. Oh, let's check this. Nope. Interestingly enough, come down. It's still going to be blocked because it was never a pipe that was valid to begin with. I feel like I do need something for a remote detonation here. Let's grab the checkpoint and then die. Then let's see if anything else different is going on. Oh, I also have access to a mushroom. Having access to a mushroom feels jumping into this location as a block. Also going to break a bunch of stuff in this level, I think. Okay, going to open up in the off state. Oops. Given that we open up in the off state, we get access to stuff like that. Okay, I see. Yeah, maybe there is a subtle difference here that we haven't been attending to. Not necessarily though. Oh yes, it does spawn it off. So that's going to be one difference. I think. Oh wait, no. Interesting. Yeah, you respawn a checkpoint on state, then you have a single activation. Off. Kind of illusion going. That's, I think, actually correct. Okay, let this through. And oh, interesting. Yeah, because of the change in on-off state, this whole route is going to be altered. Kill? We didn't. Like, there's nothing else to interact with this. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to shut down fairly soon, so this may be the last attempt. Even though we are fairly new to seeing this with the off state. So, well, that's not going to count. Get a proper attempt. One where we actually grab the spring and see a little more content. So yeah, definitely able to continue this though. If you decide to submit for further look. We'll be running viewer levels at the same time slot tomorrow. So, we have to return to some things that we left unclear today, regardless. Almost going to end up top. I'm going to kill him. I feel like I sort of needed to kill him, though. Now it's saying kill. Yeah, no, I wasn't reading that properly, so... Okay, let's go back and let's kill him. Wasn't paying nearly enough attention to what had altered such that you have... We'll start with the off state, but... We'll just come through here. Like this. There we go. And then we do want to... Oh, no, I was too slow. Okay. Let's get the kill and then let's see... Because that's an execution thing, not a puzzle thing right now. Let's see where that gets me and then probably call it from there. Yeah, interesting mechanism so far. We'll probably see if we can get this further. There we go. Did not get bounced up into the spikes, that's sort of important. Right, because if you remove the mold, then entity limit is no longer a problem. Here, this was definitely entity blocked, as we saw. But that is not going to get bumped into the bomb as we had hoped. So something slightly different here as well, where we needed that to be brought over to bomb range. Also noticing how the bomb is trapped in that one location to the right, possibly a panel or something going on. So. Let me just take one more look at that in case we missed something. Then, yeah, kind of interesting here that we don't really have any tools to take advantage of this interaction. With the snow pokey. Okay. Check everything. Nuke that guy. How is any different? I don't see yet, except... Interesting. See multiple 1-ups all over the place. But I don't think we meaningfully improved our position in any way. I mean, in recent times, anyway. Oh, there we go. I wonder if there was some element of randomness there that we account for. We will, of course, take the snowball, but the snowball will not let me take it. Okay. Yeah, sure, let's hit a checkpoint. Ah, I think I see. If we have already hit a checkpoint, then when we go into the other room, there is a new activation of the second checkpoint. And Or maybe there isn't. Like it depends. So here's what I think is actually going on. Depending on whether the checkpoint in Subworld is already activated, that I think gives you what your on-off state is going to be for that segment. As for example, we come through here, we die, but there is something subtly different, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it's just based on... Nah, it is based on our existing collection of coins, so every time we come down through the loop, we advance a little bit further. Yeah, going to adjourn after the next death. Oh, interesting that things get bumped. Right, because we were kind of looking at this and meant to think about that as the direction we want when we want to actually demolish all this stuff some other way. Probably by changing where the toss is going to happen. For example, we just drop it through the top slot. Okay, I haven't really seen enough of this to really know if we like the solution yet, but I am able to get back to this on a future submission perhaps. So thank you for sending that along. We'll definitely give it some reconsideration when the opportunity arises. For now, I'm just going to tap out. And yeah, that was a much lengthier session in the end than I expected, simply because of the reopening, but that's what happens when we reopen. I believe, however, that is it for now. Let's check the list. Sure, the queue is clear. So I'm going to send you on some kind of raid. We'll find out what in just a moment. Usually Mario Maker, sometimes a surprise. But that will be all from me for this session. Let me just punch in my schedule to verify, of course, that we'll be running viewer levels in the same block of time tomorrow. Then we'll have some other Maker features in the days and weeks ahead. So, once again, thank you for watching, and thank you for joining me for all the clears and GGs and even some of the disgraceful abandonments along the way. And have a good morning, or even good afternoon, or perhaps even evening, wherever you are, and fare thee well.